哦，都是 midterm open day midterm final review supercards。你有冇 lock in 嗰個 Herman 幫佢哋 unit 整嗰個 Unity 嘅嗰個 interactive something I don't know， 不過幾得意 ，it's quite interesting。喂，佢哋應該要 lock in 嘅喎，10分鐘嘅喎。
Hi there, everyone. So thank you for joining, but we will wait for another 10 minutes just for a bit more people to show up. And unfortunately, my name's Herman, and I'm one of the tutors on the first half of the session, the R10. We don't have two of our students not available for the presentation, but that means we have a little bit more time within the first half of the session. But yeah, let's wait for another like 5 to 10 minutes and for everyone to show up, and then we can start. Thank you.
Humans have long harbored an obsession with living forever. We fear expiry, aging, and dying. We long for eternity. Since prehistorical age, many architectures were once influenced by the quest for longevity and immortality. The longing for eternity has always been a key driver for shaping our built environment. The pyramid was built not just as a tomb, but in fact as a resurrection machine for the pharaoh. While the terracotta army in Xi'an was a piece of infrastructure to protect and safeguard the first emperor's afterlife so that his soul could live forever. In modern societies, immortality exists in different forms. Skyscrapers' monoliths are not only representations of power and wealth, but also signify companies' long-lasting business models. The taller and more skyscrapers you have, the more robust your business is. In religious contexts, immortality is often stated to be one of the promises of heaven, where churches and cathedrals were symbols to express the eternity of God and their loyal believers. Our studio explores how the manifestation of immortality can be employed in architectural and urban design, whether as a metaphoric investigation or in a speculative manner. The symbiotic understanding of immortality and expiry from different perspectives might address social transformation in culture and communities, economies and ecologies, politics and policy. Here, we invite students to imagine and invent alternative realities through researching, analyzing, and synthesizing urban visionary ideas, along with innovative technical disquisition, environmental science, and entrepreneurial narrative. Study Plan, Part 1, The Quest of Immortality. Students to define their own understanding and creative position of immortality. What does it mean to be immortal from different perspectives? Part 2, Locating an expired site. Each student is required to identify the specific qualities of their chosen place that establish its position as expired, be it about the ownerships, economic situations, building conditions, lack of inhabitation, or abandoned. Part 3, Creating an elixir. The analysis will provide critical thinking, program, and spatial formulation. The interest in technical innovations and environmental science will stimulate the poetics of construction realities. Gaming and digital augmentation tools. will be incorporated to explore the potentials of an alternative representational means in the final outcome. Humans have long harbored an obsession with living forever. We fear expiry, aging, and dying. We long for eternity. Since prehistorical age, many architectures were once influenced by the quest for longevity and immortality. The longing for eternity has always been a key driver for shaping our built environment. The pyramid was built not just as a tomb, but in fact as a resurrection machine for the pharaoh. While the terracotta army in Xi'an was a piece of infrastructure to protect and safeguard the first emperor's afterlife so that his soul could live forever. In modern societies, immortality exists in different forms. Skyscrapers' monoliths are not only representations of power and wealth, but also signify companies' long-lasting business models. The taller and more skyscrapers you have, the more robust your business is. In religious contexts, immortality is often stated to be one of the promises of heaven, where churches and cathedrals were symbols to express the eternity of God and their loyal believers. Our studio explores how the manifestation of immortality can be employed in architectural and urban design, whether as a metaphoric investigation or in a speculative manner. The symbiotic understanding of immortality and expiry from different perspectives might address social transformation in culture and communities, economies and ecologies, politics and policy. Here, we invite students to imagine and invent alternative realities through researching, analyzing, and synthesizing urban visionary ideas, along with innovative technical disquisition, environmental science, and entrepreneurial narrative. Study Plan Part 1 The Quest of Immortality. Students to define their own understanding and creative position of immortality. What does it mean to be immortal from different perspectives? Part 2 Locating an expired site. Each student is required to identify the specific qualities of their chosen place that establish its position as expired, be it about the ownerships, economic situations, building conditions, lack of inhabitation, or abandoned. Part 3 Creating an elixir. The analysis will provide critical thinking for program and spatial formulation. The interest in technical innovations and environmental science will stimulate the poetics of construction realities. Gaming and digital augmentation tools will be incorporated to explore the potentials of an alternative representational means in the final outcome.
Yep. We're going to go with the flow of a little different to schedule. We'll start with Benedict, and then Penny, and then Athena at last. So as you guys have seen, I was showing the video of a little introduction of the our studio. So I assume many of you have already catched the video. So our studio is about immortality, and which is how based on the video we just said about our studio. So this workshop is an 8-week workshop, and all students are composed their project within 8 weeks time. So it's a bit unlikely to a usual academic project in university. So the thing you guys are expecting will be a little different, which is also a little bit more creative and different, and create different in a good way. I'll let Ivan take over for a little additional information for the site, and then we can start over with Benedict. So Ivan.
Yeah, thank you, Herman. I think Herman basically covered it all, but just a little bit extra information about the project. So each of them have 8 weeks to develop the project, and then since the last crit, they have about 4 weeks to develop a bit more architecturally the drawings and also the technical bits of the design. I think yeah. If we can just maybe pass on to Ben and to start the presentation, and of course all the audience after the presentation you have the chance to ask us questions as well. If there's anything that you're not sure about or any questions that regarding the workshops or the format of it, anything, you can just raise it afterwards. But so for now, just sit back and enjoy the presentation. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Ben, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, go for it. Stage is yours. Yeah.
Yeah, should I just introduce myself? So I'm Benedict. I'm half Malaysian, half Hong Kong, and I just finished my first year architecture course at UCL, and I'm looking forward to my second year. So, yeah, okay. I'll share my screen. Right. Can you guys see? Can you guys see? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, the title of my project is called The Great Wall of Mongolia. And so what it's about is once the most powerful nation emblem of protection and defense against the Mongols, the Great Wall of China has lost its function to merely tourist attraction. Taking the Great Wall as an expired piece of defensive infrastructure, the Great Wall of Mongolia is a response to the growing autocracy from China to dissolve and eliminate Mongolian culture and identity. Instead of serving as a symbol of segregation, the project reimagines the Great Wall as an infrastructure to reunite the diminishing Mongolian cultural identities with China's ambition. Through addressing the harsh desertification issue for China, traditional Mongolian culture, practices, and entities have now regained its importance as new protective tools for China to prevent the impact from a frequent sandstorm. So I'll just go through my project from the beginning. Yeah, okay, so at the beginning of the project, as a mean of immortality, I looked at the Great Wall of China, and because it was sort of built originally in the Qing Dynasty, which is the first emperor of China, and at that point, the purpose was to kind of protect the regime, and hopefully in the future, the sort of Qing dynasty could kind of go on forever for the emperor, and the Great Wall was meant to protect the not only the country but also to consolidate the emperor's power. And through here, I look at the history of the Great Wall of China and also the location, which I find quite interesting because I am sitting right in between of China and Inner Mongolia, which brings me to looking into the project because that kind of sets up the theme of the project between China and Mongolia. So to start the project, I look at first of all China and Mongolia, and in particular the difficulties they're both facing. So one common thing they both have, which they're facing at the moment, is a constant sandstorm coming through annually. And what is so bad about a sandstorm is not only the people are affected by it because of the terrible weather conditions, but also economically and socially, it really affects the country a lot. And for a country like Mongolia, which at the moment they're not doing great economically, so the sandstorm kind of further made the situation worse. And so like I said before, Mongolia, from what we've seen in Kalashia, they're not doing so well with the sandstorm and also their own economical situation, because they're a country that relies on natural resources, and for the past few years there are a lot of different parties that have been exploiting that aspect, and it has left them kind of empty with no resources. So and so I looked at how sort of people from different parties kind of respond to the climate, and I sort of see there's two directions of going through it, and one of them, which is the most common one, and what most of the people, government and organizations doing, is solving the problem with the sandstorm. But also the other one, which we don't see in real life, but I find it's quite interesting. Sandstorm turbine inverted greenhouse. It's quite an interesting concept, even though it's not built. It's sort of adapting the problem. So I'll just go through them really carefully. So one way of how they solve the problem is with the Green Great Wall of China, and it's a project initiated by the Chinese government, I think quite a few years ago. And the purpose of it is to build a sort of area, a vast area of, if you may look at the map here, a vast area of trees around China, and that will sort of help to defend themselves against the desert because of the desertification. And in more detail, these trees are usually eastern white pine trees, and with the Great Green Wall here, if you look at it, it not only helps to provide a healthy soil, so that helps to fight against the desertification of the desert, because what happens with that situation is the lack of water. So by giving it like a nutritious soil, that helps to defend them against the desert. And the second method also I see is with cloud seeding, and this is from an article I saw with Dubai recently, because the weather is a bit too hot, and what the government has been doing is deploying drones to the sky, and it sort of reduces the temperature of the weather by spreading, by charging the sky, and that allows the clouds to collide, and it rains. And it's quite interesting concept I'm looking at. And with the sandstorm turbine inverted greenhouse, I think it's a project, a conceptual project by Ms. Krasojevich, and the concept is to make a greenhouse in the middle of a desert. But what's so interesting is they're trying to use the property of the desert for their own use. And in particular, what I find quite interesting is there's a wind turbine, and right here, if you see, and what happens here is when the sort of wind from the desert comes over, and that kind of creates energy. So it's using like what we see the desert as a disadvantage to their own advantage by creating wind energy. And also, after looking at the different methods, I also look at the relationship between China and Mongolia. And recently, China and Mongolia have a big involvement, evolution on their relationship. It started from an enemy, which the Great Wall was actually originally built to defend China against enemies like Mongolia. But later on, the relationship has become really great recently, and also China and Mongolia signing different treaties. And most recently, China also agreed an agreement with Mongolia with their, I think their latest project of the Silk Route. But ultimately, a lot of Mongolians were not very happy because they feel like China is sort of invading their own personal space, and they feel like a lot of the Mongolians' culture is starting to be diminished. And what this project is looking to aim at ultimately is to help Mongolians find their own identity. I look at the city between China and Mongolia and look at what culture they're having. So in Mongolia, I just quickly go through. I think the culture is quite similar to Mongolia, even though they also have a mixture of Chinese. But also, most importantly, they have a great variety of different culture, as you see here. And these are the more detailed aspect on what they do with their culture. So one thing I look at Mongolian culture is quite interesting is their tea culture. And what I find quite interesting is that the tea that they drink is quite different to the one we drink normally. And they have this kind of tea called Sirti site, if you look at here. And it's actually quite interesting because they add milk and other stuff like we normally do with English tea and stuff. But quite interestingly, they add salt to their tea, which I find is quite interesting. So I dive into the more careful perspective on how the tea culture originates. And also what I find quite interesting is tea is actually quite a religious thing in their culture, because as you see here, I think one thing they always do in the morning is the woman who makes the tea will always spread the tea in the nature to kind of to the ancestor, to show respect. I look at Mongolians' clothing, and main point I find quite interesting is they have a lot of fabric, and a lot of the clothing is quite brightly colored. So in terms of building, I look at Mongolia's architecture, and I also started to do some sketches of my own. And because the idea of my project already in the beginning was always to defend against the sandstorm. So I did some really quick sketches just to see how I could connect the towers together, or how it could work to kind of defend against the sandstorm. So moving on to my building, so I'll just go briefly. So how the building actually works reacting to a sandstorm is when a sandstorm comes over, and as you know, a sandstorm has quite a huge kinetic energy. It triggers the wind turbine, and the wind turbine will generate electricity, as you see here. And that electricity sort of allows the side of the building to kind of transform into a sort of a wing shape. But and that sort of wing shape has a sort of filter on top of it, and that allows the sand to be absorbed. And like the greenhouse I mentioned earlier, it's sort of trying to take advantage of the situation that the desert is in. So it absorbs sand, and eventually the sand will be sold to other countries, because apparently I did some research, and sand is apparently quite an important material nowadays in terms of architecture and also other aspects. And other than sandstorm, I also want to make the tower like a cultural exchange for Mongolians, to not let that culture diminish. So what you have on the side here is some plantation, and they'll grow some tea leaves, and that allows the people in the tower to enjoy the tea, which I'll make some sitting area here, and people could not only enjoy the tea but also enjoy a great view from of the Great Wall. And I think that kind of kills two birds with one stone, because it sort of tackles a problem that Mongolians are having with their environmental problem, and also economic problem by selling sand to other countries. It provides them with a sustainable living, but also culturally, it allows them to keep going on with their, keep sharing their own tea culture to the wider world. And with the height of the, I don't know why it's not loading here, but that's supposed to be a building here. With the height of my architecture, I studied carefully by looking at different significant architectures in Mongolia and also in China, and in this case, the Forbidden City and Genghis Khan Monument. And also look at the average sandstorm height, which is 55 meters, which I know that when building the building, I need to be exceed the height of the sandstorm. And as you look at Shangri-La Tower C, which is the tallest building in Mongolia, apparently is at 135 meters. So the concept of my building is I sort of wanted it to sit between ancient structure and also modern structure, because I feel like I want to combine both structure and use the best of it. So I think having the height of sitting between ancient and also modern structure, it shows that I'm open to thinking of both directions. And also, I also compared the proportion between a Mongolian warrior and also my building. And because I want my building to sort of have a significance, like a symbolism of a Mongolian warrior where it's protecting Mongolia and both China. So I compared the proportion and tried to cater my building's design around the proportion of the Mongolian warrior. And with the cultural reference here, when I designed the building, so first one, as I mentioned just now, with the shape of the building, I tried to make it look as similar as to like a Mongolian armor, as you see with the pointed shaped head of the helmet, to make it a symbolism. But also with the ring shape here is inspired by the structural property of a Mongolian yurt, which is like their living place, because they always have ring shape, and I thought it'd be quite interesting to implement it. And obviously Mongolian yurt as the living space there, but also the opening of the wing looks like a Chinese fan, and these are all the cultural references I have. I'll just go quite briefly with the transformation. So when the fan sort of opens up, these platforms, as you see, they'll automatically slide towards inside, and you may ask, why is that necessary? Because I believe that if you sort of have such a long platform, it makes the structure quite vulnerable to the sandstorm. It provides more surface area, but also the people on the building is very unsafe for them. So if the platform is hidden, I was thinking that's less surface area is more safe, and also the platform get less exposed to sandstorm. And finally, with the filter, how it works is so as you see here, with the filter, when the sand enters the filter, the flow of the sand will slowly emerge downwards, and in that way, I thought poetically it looked quite beautiful, because that's the motion. And in the desert, as we know, there's not a lot of water, and with the sand, I sort of think it could be like almost like a symbolism of water, which is what's lacking in the area. But also, I saw this article about titanium dioxide, which is, I think, quite interesting material, and how it works is it's basically material where they apply it on an architecture, and it helps to apparently reduce pollutant air by neutralizing the pollutants you see not like dirty air. And by applying that on my building, I think that what's quite interesting, what's quite great about it is it can filtrate the dirty stuff on the sand and makes it quite pure, makes it quite pure and clean, so that the people won't get affected by it, but also it's more easy for the Mongolians to sell the sand to the other parties. And these are my design with my drawings with the tower. And I'll just quickly run through the animation. So yeah, the wing sort of opens up here, reacts to the sand, and the sand will go in there, and it sort of gets stored in like this area. And initially, when the sand comes over, obviously, the kind of sand can be extracted out and sent to other places. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Sorry, I'm really thirsty.
The animation Ben just showed is actually an interactive media that you can access online. I've shared the link on Zoom chat. Anyone can just click on it and go on to have a play around, simulate and rotate the camera of the project of Ben.
Thanks.
Okay. Comment, guys? Any?
I think Ben just keep sharing your presentation.
Yeah.
So wow.
Sure.
Yeah, fine. Just leave it like that. Yeah.
I've got a couple of comments.
Yeah.
Benedict, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm very happy to see how far you've come, especially considering where you are in your architectural education career. The one thing I have to say is I completely buy the technocratic engineering approach taken to. I want to know a little bit more. I find myself wanting to know a bit more about the cultural aspect of it. So you talk about these very interesting moments, and you gave one which was the tea exchange. And I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about how you see these moments or any other moments of cultural exchange in your project beyond the technical engineering aspect of filtering sand.
You mean as in how the cultural aspect affects to my design and intention?
Yeah, so you make some really nice references to the yurt and to the fan and to the body armor. So that's all the physical aspect of architecture, but there's also social and cultural infrastructure. So within this yurt, for instance, you could have housed those, tea exchanges. But I want to know, can you explain a little bit more about other moments that you might find in your architecture? Because remember, architecture is also about for the human beings, and you've got an 85-meter structure, and I would like to know a little bit more about some of the human habitable spaces and what goes on in those spaces.
Oh right, yeah. I think I wasn't very clear on that. Yeah, true. So yeah, basically what's going on? I just go with this image. So what's going on is with the tower is built on top of a the Great Wall Tower. So that is obviously to I didn't want to affect the circulation of the Great Wall, so that's built on the tower, obviously. But so right here you got the circulation, and I think it's not very clear here, but it's supposed to be platform, and that allows people to walk around, to sort of like it provides them a space to like walk around and interact with each other, and that's why I also made these like little like sitting area. So I think in general, like a circular space in architecture sort of encourage the kind of interaction and communication of people, and that's why I went with that shape. But also with the yurt here, I think it's mostly actually for people who's actually like taking care of the building, because with the tea leaves here, obviously you need someone to take care of, and the Great Wall is quite a deserted area, so I obviously need to provide them with like a space to live, and given the fact that I think most of them will be Mongolians or either Inner Mongolians, so I think Yurt could kind of like give them like they kind of like remind them of their own national identity. So I think it'd be a nice touch, and that's why I went with the Yurt. And yeah,
interesting. Because you see, if you zoom into that at the bottom of the tea leaf near the base, if you zoom into one of those pods, keep zooming. Perfect. I think carrying the project forwards as you wish. I would love to see more moments in at this scale, because I completely understood everything that you just said. But I would love to see how these cultural and ritualistic values that reinforce their identity are playing out in your architecture at the level of the human body.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
Okay. So, for instance, you're giving them places to live. I would love to see what one of those spaces potentially could look like. I would love to know a little bit more about the materials that you're using, because at the beginning, the narrative that you were weaving, it builds up and builds up and builds up, and I love your final design proposal, but it's missing a small amount of the cultural value, or at least the architectural equivalent of the cultural and social value.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, makes sense.
You're first year, right?
Second year next year. So.
Second year. Okay, so you just finished your first year.
Yeah.
It's great. Great development from midterm.
Thanks.
Just a few questions. It's not trying to challenge you in any way, but just discussion with you.
Yeah.
How do you interpret the Urban Elixir project? From the video we saw, it seems like the design brief or the units, it's kind of like looking at monuments, contemporary and ancient monuments. And how do you put your project in this designed agenda? Can you maybe
relating to the topic of like urban, the immortality?
Yeah. Can you just discuss a bit of that?
How
do you see an environmental project like this can tie or integrate neatly with the unit?
I don't know. I think it's more than environmental. I don't know. Because obviously I started looking at the start of the project. I looked at Qing Dynasty, and that is very clear on the direction of immortality there. But I think this tower is more than just environment. In my opinion, I think it's also about like a cultural thing, and I think culture, like a cultural identity sort of thing for Mongolians. And I sort of think culture, in a sense, is it's sort of in a way relates to immortality in a way, because it's a thing that sort of, it doesn't really die out. Like, it sort of keeps going on. It keeps going on, and so, and also with the environmental aspects, in terms of immortality, I think it's also about like keeping the kind of Mongolians sort of economically, allowing them to, like, because they're struggling at the moment. So this project hopefully will like conceptually will help them, like, economically and being sustainable in a way. And I think sustainable is sort of like immortality in a way. So
okay,
that's what I think.
I think you have to be sort of clear on when you say sustainability. It's not so much about the energy, but it's about the cultural identity. And your Elixir, is to protect this cultural identity for the Mongolian. So you're actually empowering them by the use of this, different cultural aspect of the community to protect. On one hand, it's about protect China from the sandstorm, but the real deal is about protecting themselves. It's using the cultural aspect to defend against the invasion of China, against the cultural identity. And I think that's the elixir of your project.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, incredible work for your age. I mean, you're still like first year. That's so cool. Yeah, I have a question. Actually, it's not a question. It's just a suggestion based on all the information and the notes that everybody said. What if those pods? I think what I don't know the name of the person that was saying that you can have like some social interactions inside these small pods.
Yeah.
Inside the tower. So what I understand that when the wind sandstorm comes, the structure opens, right? Without any there's no energy happening. There's no electricity. It's just by the mechanics of the building, right?
No. It says wind turbine. So when a sandstorm happened, that'll be kinetic energy, and that it's sort of like a reaction. So
it's
reaction
just based on the energy of the wind itself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's kind of like also playing on the concept of immortality structurally. But what if instead of it's opening, maybe it can close and protect the people inside those pods that are sitting and having tea on Mongolian carpets, for example? I mean, so instead of it opening when the sun comes, it closes and protects them. And now it's a tower for like, I don't know, social interaction, a watchtower, I don't know. So that's
because with the concept of like opening is the other direction is also to like collect the sand, and the sand could be like kind of like later on like sold to like other organizational countries. So that's why I sort of wanted to open up. So that's to collect the sand from the sandstone.
That seems cool. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thanks for the question.
Okay.
Bye. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Maybe I wasn't clear. Okay. It goes like towards this beam, so that's why it's straight. Because that's why it's straight. So it kind of like fills up the beam. That's the idea of it.
What's the use of the sand afterwards?
Sorry? Oh, what's
the use? Yeah.
Oh, to just like, because I think sand is quite quite a lot of people use it nowadays. I don't know, in terms of architecture or other stuff. So I think especially like after it's purified by titanium dioxide, I think hopefully that people buy it and just sort of keeps the economy going for Mongolia. Yeah. Mm. 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 Yeah, it's true.
And how do you imagine your device or your tower be deployed across the boundary or the Great Wall? Can you discuss a bit of that?
What do you mean deploy? As in,
So how do you imagine this device can be installed or built anywhere as long as it's on the Great Wall, or it has some requirements or responding to a specific site conditions?
I think 1 second. I think because the Great Wall, it's quite a long structure, isn't it? So and some of the part like goes past like Mongolia and stuff. So I say the focus mainly on like in the middle. Like I haven't really thought about like the one like really far away. And yeah, because like the design and all the stuff is like mainly focused on Mongolian. So it's yeah, it's just like in the middle bit of the Great Wall, I think.
So I think Alan's question becomes relevant here, right? Because when we consider the cultural aspect or cultural dimension of this landscape or region across this large boundary, and suddenly that cultural element become very relevant in your project. It cannot be deployed, it cannot be built anywhere or on the Great Wall because these different regions have different cultural identities. Something like that.
Yeah. The culture is quite important. Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's great. First year, and not only you pick up all the 3D modeling skills, and then you are doing research at this level.
I'm still learning.
I think Ben, you should present your first year stuff now.
No.
So before and after.
Yeah. No. Sand 3D printing. Oh,
that can be quite interesting.
I think you can even look up like, because like for example in Singapore, I mean Penny might know, Singapore there's a really high demand for sand because sand is essentially one of the one of the most popular common construction materials in Singapore, and they have been sort of dragging the bank in not Mongolia, in Cambodia for just the sand and ship them back to Singapore for construction projects. And this is just one of the examples showing how popular or how demanding the sand is to developed countries like Singapore. And I'm sure it's the same in China as well, where they have a lot of new construction project, they would need a lot of resources and materials for it. So even in terms of not the technicality, but even just in terms of the economic relationship between Mongolia and China, that might be something that you can sort of enrich your project, through just by thinking the use of the sand that you collected. Yeah. There's different layers. Yeah. Sorry, Tony, go on.
Yeah. I will just follow up with these, give you some ideas about these sand.
apart from these commonly used construction material, and if you develop it further, you should find out that sand actually mainly contains of oxidized silicons, and basically all these high-tech companies, for example, Silicon Valley in California, they basically CPU are important. This kind of new technology industry, they based on this silicon element to build this economy, and then this could be kind of another narrative, if you want, if you can borrow it. I just wanted to add some your suggestion to your design, and I think you did a great job, and it's good progress, and you made it amazing for a first year student. Can I go back to your design? Your final perspective. Yeah. I just want to give you some suggestions. If you want to, if you have time, you can push. I think can help your project push further. These two suggestions are all based on the interaction, the part where your device interact with the ancient Great Wall. And the first thing is maybe you want to show clearly how people your vertical transportation system, your vertical traffic system, how people get up to your towers. And because it seems to have a lot of seats for teapots and tea rooms, you need at least some entrance and lifts.
I think that's a staircase here for vertical circulation. But I do need to about that.
Yeah, and also how people enter your building, right? You want to show your entrance, and also maybe the landscape part, how people gonna drive here and park somewhere, or how they get here from a bus or anything. So just to make it a little bit more realistic.
Yeah.
Other than that,
thank you.
And you also might want to, if you want to make it more practical, maybe you want to think about the part where your structure interact with your where the intersection part. You may want to get some structural reinforcement, something like that. Otherwise, I don't think this ancient wall has, and the engineers have considered this structural load.
Definitely.
Realistic. I think if you want to look at them, and I believe if you have more time, you'll polish your project in a much better level, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I also invited my colleague Leyland to join the final presentation. Hello. And he has a question for you.
No.
Leyland.
Hello. So I would just want to say you have your first year just finished, and you have produced this. Congratulations first. Spectacular project. But you're a good student. But I just want to say this project, you want to focus on some aspect, like this topic is like monument, right? So what does this monument do, and how does it give impressions to people? That's very important. First, the position of this project, you placed on top of the Great Wall, right? So the Great Wall is, I think they're mainly in like mainland China. It's not the border of the Mongolia and China. So, first you want to set up the goal. So if this is something that you want to build a relationship with the Chinese people and the Mongolian people, and you maybe you need to build something like on the border of the Mongolia and China, right? So then you get access from the two people from two different countries, and they act like a visa-free area. So they they go into this building and build relationship and enjoy both cultures, right? And then that gives you the topic very clear. So I know you want to do a lot of things, right? You want to do like kinetic architecture, and you want to do environmental, but if your topic is culture, I think just to give a little tips, if this project you focus on the culture thing, and for these technical thing you worry about that later. So for monument, you give your culture image, so you're a Mongolian warrior, right? But the Mongolian warrior, you don't want to say it's just protect and defend against like invasion. You want to say they're building relationship to two people from two different regions, right? So that could help in your future, like concept building. For I mean, this is a great project. Yeah, I see a lot of things. You just need to make your concept more clear, right? Okay,
yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, it's true. It's true that the project needs a bit of clarity on the research part, the earlier part. To demonstrate your knowledge about the geography and then the like nation states or the boundaries that been drawn between them. But that being said, this is an 8-week workshop. I'm aware of that. Just like some comments from us for you to take it back to school and hopefully do amazing projects in your second and third year, and even in the fifth year.
Yeah,
it's very great.
Okay, well, Ben, just I think like I think you've come a long way, from what I have seen from your first year project to this stage. I think having said that, there's still a lot of room for improvement, and especially I think I totally agree with Alan's point. You have to show a lot more about how this cultural reference actually manifests into your architecture, because right now it doesn't really you didn't really show it in whether the drawings or the diagrams. You just have to sort of illustrate that a little bit more. But I think overall, it's a really great progress, and I think you learn a lot, from the beginning. Like, you can't use you couldn't even use any like 3D software or any sort of 2D or even 3D illustrating tools. And to this stage where you can actually, at least started to have more confidence in using this tool to represent your ideas and all that. So I think take all this knowledge with you and take it to your second year and third year. I think also your passion for research has been sort of started to develop here now. So that's something really good, I think. And I think all these skills and all this sort of vision and approach to the project, I think that would be really useful for your second year, and if not just second year or third year, maybe even in master as well. So I think and also you've worked really hard as well. So I think overall, you've done a great job, and really well done. And look forward to seeing your second year project now.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for the help, Herman and Ivan.
Right.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Haney or Avina, are you guys ready for the next one?
Let's go with Athena next, actually. So.
Okay. Avina?
Okay. I'll share my screen.
Cool.
Herman, is Tulu here?
I don't think he can make it. I've talked to him. So I think, yeah, he was in a meeting, so
All right.
maybe that meeting lasts longer though.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, so Avina, if you don't mind, maybe just do a brief introduction of yourself. Where do you study? Which year are you in? Just to give us a sense of which stage of your education are you at right now?
I am Athena, and I'm studying at University of Hong Kong doing landscape architecture, and I'm in my last year, bachelor, so year 4. Okay, and I will start now. So a brief introduction to my project. The city that I'm focusing on is Hong Kong. So the city is unwilling to sacrifice the low cost, consistency and stability of fossil fuels for carbon-free energies. And under the pressure of the Paris Agreement, the Hong Kong government needs to achieve its climate goals quickly as it follows China's climate goals. And the business sector observes this gap between the two goals, that we want stable energy, but also we want to have net zero carbon emissions. So the business sector, the land property developers in Hong Kong will invest in new technology to help Hong Kong achieve this goal. And it's also a strategy to sustain their status in Hong Kong. While the 2047, if anyone knows about it in Hong Kong, the land lease expiration approaches, and that would give them some pressure to do good to the society and the government. So I will start with this illustration. Okay. So you can see we are in 2040, and then the UN announces a climate warning as we approach the 2 degrees Celsius margin. And it urges countries to complete their nationally determined contributions. So Hong Kong will publish another Climate Action Plan 2050, which is an extension of the existing 2030 plan. And going into the Climate Action Plan, about the Paris Agreement is to achieve carbon neutrality and to keep the global temperature rise below 2 degrees Celsius. And China's NDCs also follow it. And to follow these goals, Hong Kong will need to increase the share of renewable energy to 20%, and to achieve net carbon emissions by 2060, and to achieve 2 tons of CO2 emission per person per year. And looking at the energy mix, this is currently in 2020, where we have coal and a lot of natural gas as well. So mainly fossil fuels, and then renewable energies account for about 1% of our energy mix. And looking at existing data, in 2010, so 10 years ago, we already said that we will deplete coal to under 5 or 10%. But in the last 10 years, our energy mix remained like this. And for this plan, we will aim to achieve more than half of natural gas this is already what the government is doing, is trying to substitute one fossil fuel with another less carbon intensive fossil fuel. But then we also want to increase our renewable energies. And looking into carbon emissions, about how much carbon emissions we emit each year. And it's predicted to be 16 million tons of CO2 in 2050. And I did some calculations on that with our population. And about renewable energies, this is from our existing plan now, that the estimation is that only about 1 to 1.5% of Hong Kong's total electricity can be powered by solar. So of all electricities, I think the maximum is about 3%, which is very, very little. And there are a lot of challenges. For example, the costs are still very high, higher than conventional power. And the electricity generated from RE are not stable, and it is hard to predict the output. So here we can see the gap between the two things we want to achieve. We want stable energy, but at the same time, we want net zero carbon emissions. And this next page is just some research about the existing natural gas project. Not very relating to my project, but will show you how, what direction the government is heading to now. And this project will be completed by 2040. And back to the story, after reading this new climate action plan, the land corporations, the land developers in Hong Kong will come together and initiate an investment proposal to contribute to that plan, and a list of leading companies in Hong Kong. And introducing this plan, it is a ambitious plan, because with the way that we use space now, it is unable to achieve that. It is unable to achieve our shares, and also to fill in that gap, the business sector will invest into this carbon capture technology that is already existing now. And to back up that, the grandfather of climate science said that years ago that we will need to capture and bury or use CO2 somewhere else. And a lot of research on carbon capture about how much land it uses. And as you can see, it as compared to a forest of trees, it is much more space. So there are like two types of direct air capture machines. And a mature tree captures about 0.022 tons each year, but then a machine captures about 12 tons of CO2 each year. And just analyzing these two models, in this project, I chose this sorbent-based instead of the solvent-based, because as you can see, the solvent-based needs a lot more infrastructure and technology to help it extract pure CO2 gas. And also you can see here it's very energy intensive. It needs to heat to 900 degrees. Before the sorbent base is much smaller, and when the filters are saturated, they can be heated to 100 degrees inside the machine. But also we can see in this from a research about humidity and how efficient we can capture CO2. You can see that within the range of humidity in Hong Kong, we would capture less CO2. So one way to solve this problem is to install a dehumidifier inside the machine before the air goes through the filter to filter out the CO2. Okay, and moving on to the carbon, we have the machine now, but then it's like the machine is like a module. It is stackable, and it's also desirable to stack it in Hong Kong because it kind of sorry, let me fix this. Okay. And we have the machine now, and it is best to stack it in Hong Kong so that it responds to the existing architectural language we have now of the skyscrapers. So this is the calculation of how many machines we can have in a tower. And then at the end, how many towers do we need? About 1,400 towers in Hong Kong, but excluding the existing carbon capture technologies that we might have, for example, trees and forests. So in real life, it would be less than that. And the cost and funding, of course, it is a very large amount of money, and that's why I'm bringing in the business sector, the property developers. It's about 950 million, and the 13 companies will divide the contribution according to their investment cash flow. And this is an explanation of how the captured CO2 will form a new business cycle to help the business sectors to generate new revenue. So this is IFC, and then Four Seasons Hotel, and then IFC 1 here. This is in Central in Hong Kong, the most, I would say the most business district in Hong Kong. And the platform will connect to the outrigger of the IFC. And then there would be a shopping avenue that connects these three buildings. And on the avenue, there would be shops that people can build or replenish after they use it. Kind of reminds people of the existing street stalls in Mong Kok in Hong Kong. And under the shopping avenue, it would be there would be different infrastructures to turn the CO2 into something useful. For example, turning it into fizzy drinks or for food production, so that there would be restaurants up here, and then people would sit on this platform, and it would create a new type of dining experience. And then the CO2 could be pumped to the outer ring of this platform so that it helps the plants to grow. And also CO2, this is still in lab research technology, that to turn CO2 into carbon fiber. And this is a very useful technology if it succeeds, because carbon fiber can substitute metal if it's strong enough, and it could be the new construction material. And also, while the carbon fiber manufacturers here, it's like many thin lines, and it creates interesting shadows on the street underneath. And the last one is turning carbon dioxide to fuel by using water and then using like the hydrogen inside and then combine it together, it would turn into hydrocarbon fuel. And it can be used for aircrafts. It can also be used for cars, but we will have to change the engine now. Yeah. And then when we burn this fuel, it would release the CO2 back to the atmosphere, and then it's like a cycle, and then you capture the CO2 again. And this is a section looking at the natural language of these platforms. Yeah, this is a section in Central, and this is IFC. And it kind of relates to, you know, how in Hong Kong, like the skyscrapers kind of go through the clouds and across the mountains. So this platform kind of responds to this language. And on plan field, about all the infrastructures that I talked about just now, and it will create these shadows and lines. And as I said, we need about 1,400 towers in Hong Kong. And in this map, I plotted out the property developers' buildings mentioned in my report. And these towers, they will connect to their buildings so that they can be responsible for it. And it will be more intensive in these areas. And this is an illustration of the experience of going up to the berm. This is IFC, and then there would be a public lift outside so that people can take the lift and then they see how these carbon capture machines interact with the buildings, and then they come to this shopping avenue, and people can sit out here and they would buy the carbon products here. And that would connect them and back into the shopping mall, the existing shopping malls. And another aerial view visualization of the project. And the goal is kind of symbolic to the business sector because they are making an investment. And when you make an investment, you wish to have some kind of benefits back. And yeah, that is from the perspective of the companies and at night. And also you can see people drinking like the fizzy drinks from there. And then this would be kind of like the new index that people look at, the CO2 capture rate, kind of like reminds people of the stocks index. And yeah, that's all of the visualizations and research I have for my project. And just concluding it back to immortality of our studio. I think immortality here from the perspective of the business sector, they are trying to sustain their physical position in the city by making these connections with other buildings. And also they are trying to create this forever moving business cycle with CO2. And about this project, when I was making it, I don't really have a really strong perspective of is this utopian or dystopian. It's just that it's not a persuasion that we should use this technology or we should change our energy sources or we should have green roofs. We said that already very much. It's just that while I was reading the data and the words depicted from government reports and everything, this is what I see, the direction that we are going, because we don't want to give up on either side of fossil fuels. But yeah, our attitude to this whole thing. Yeah, and that's the end for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Athena. Right.
Athena, do you have the Unity thing to show?
Right. Yeah.
See if you can launch the application.
Can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like another layer of city on top of Hong Kong. And while looking at this, like extending the project, not everything we connect to is like a commercial building. Maybe some are residential.
Thanks, Shifreeze.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not enough time.
Hmm?
Sorry, you just frozen for the last maybe
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think the animation doesn't really work with it because it's, I don't know, is it just me or because it's really laggy?
It doesn't work. Benedict's video works quite well.
I think Zoom has like a video setting that I need to turn on.
For anyone interested, I've shared the link on Zoom chat as well. It's similar, same as the link with Benedict's earlier. But for Athena Video, you can download a Windows version of this application or a MacBook. So on this website, and you can see this little interactive media. Oh, it's a bit smoother now, actually. Yeah. So the quality is not that good, but it's smooth, but the quality is a bit.
It's quite bad.
For anyone interested, you can download it and play on your computer.
Yeah. Here it shows the sequence of building the platform.
It's a great project, Athena.
And then, yeah, more solar panels.
It's a very powerful presentation tool. How long did you take to build this, to make all this?
You spent around 2 weeks.
The entire Hong Kong island?
The 3D model is not from me, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, but like adding the intervention.
So a project like this in Unity is mainly about asset creation and asset import. So you don't really need to. So one of the main things we do in the studio with Unity is you don't really like make that much modeling. We try to make use of whatever resource is available online. So this whole Hong Kong model, she outsourced it somewhere else, and then but mainly the little intervention is her design. But we deploy it into here because Unity is capable to a little bit more heavy loaded and more. I mean, you can see your project in a bit more interactive kind of perspective.
Mm, mm. Is this the best render quality that it gets, or it can be better?
Unity is only limited to your computer hardware. So if the better your computer, the better the quality can output.
Mm. So you can apply texture, sunlight, special effects, smoke, fire, rain.
No gravity.
Yeah, no gravity.
Gravity.
You can change the gravity actually.
Athena, could you show me the page where you showed there was a system for like a new circular economy on top of IFC Tower?
Yes. This one, right?
Yes. Okay, perfect. I can talk about everything I need to hear. For starters, great presentation. I loved the kind of vigor that you went through. I could see all the calculations that you were doing, and I believe that I'm sold on it, basically. The one question I have for you is I want to know where you see your project, because for me, when I read your project, I read your project as being this moment of transition in time in Hong Kong, where you as an architect or a designer can present a new strategy or a new circular economy to turn what is seemingly a collateral damage, i.e. CO2, into a collateral benefit, which is we can harvest it for various different reasons. And I want to know where you think your project lies more. Is it more in this web that connects large towers together to capture the carbon? Or if it lies more in the process that lies behind why it's there?
I think it lies more in the process, like the turning CO2, like something that we have like a bad impression on it into something useful. I think that is a good and innovative idea in a way. And like as I did the project, I see that a lot of technology is still emerging, a lot of methods that people are still trying out, and they are not commercially available yet. But trying to visualize this and give people to see it may actually help push the technology to go quicker or further because more people know about it.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you because it's really interesting. I love the catchphrase CO2 is the new gold, because especially in the parts of Hong Kong that you showed, I mean, everywhere from like the central business district all the way through to the other side in mainland, you have these nodes, like these very high concentration of CO2 release. And I like that you marry that information with the investment opportunity that is already happening today, because I actually have already seen the Swire 2047 plan that you're already talking about and investing in. And for me, the web between the buildings is great. There is a lot of opportunity there, but I want to know, I think your project really lies in the processes that are going on behind them. So yeah, for me, it's a great project. I like it particularly because it's not, at least in my eyes, it's not a formal agreement to a specific physical structure. It's more you're using this as a method of showing what this process can do if it's been deployed in Hong Kong. Between buildings, it creates a web. But in the other side of Kowloon Tong, where there's one gigantic building, it might behave differently. But the process is still the same. So for me, congratulations. It's a very complex, well-rounded project, and you present a strategy, which I really appreciate.
Thank you.
Yes, I also think that it's a very complex project, but you are able to present it with certain clarity, such as all the calculations that you did, and then over a million machine units, and then convert that to the number of towers, over 1,400 towers in Hong Kong, right? I think these numbers are quite very smart decisions, and then really presented the clarity in your project. And I also think that you have a very mature proposal, because you touched on many things, especially like the measuring units, the carbon capture rate, things like that. I think it has a lot more to discuss, because it has a lot of political discussion around the measuring units, especially something like carbon dioxide. It's not visible to the eyes, and also the these corporations behind the economic system in Hong Kong. It's really great. And I just wanted to discuss with you, is there a particular reason that you are presenting your project as if you are writing a report or writing an essay? Is the project going to be presented to the government or any relevant or related platforms in Hong Kong?
No, actually, it's written like a report because I want to immerse myself in the perspective of the person who writes the proposal. So it actually...
I think if your research, if research is sound and the methodology is, you're confident about your methodology, that you should really, try to submit your report to in some way in Hong Kong, or you share it in an academic environment, so you get more feedback, you get something. I mean, your project is illustrating an image, right, about this carbon dioxide capturing machines in Hong Kong. It's not really, you are not going to build it, but you are creating an image that captures everyone's imagination. I think that is a really like a meaningful goal in itself.
Yeah, also was thinking, because we can't see carbon dioxide, but when I visualize it with how many machines, and it suddenly becomes so serious.
Yeah, you can understand the scale, and also you are giving it an image about the level of intervention. So yeah, I'm kind of like, I know that if we are going to submit this report to the government, then maybe the research needs to be really solid, and the methodology needs to be able to stand up to criticism and things like that. But yeah, I think we should try to send your report to email it to Hong Kong environment department or something like that. Is there any departments in Hong Kong University that they have this kind of seminar or annual discussions on the environmental challenges in Hong Kong?
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
It would be great if you can present it and let your project to have the impact beyond our 8-week workshop.
Yeah. Mm. Thank you.
I got a quick suggestion. I see some potentials that will help your project develop much better I think in terms of narrative and the reality of it. In terms of the social interaction, I'm wondering how you imagine. I see some diagrams that people can enter this Sky Plaza, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the case, and you also try to apply this device in multiple places in Hong Kong, then there should be some typical issues that you want to maybe study more in detail. For example, if you zoom in this diagram, I think it's very important if you need to study about these skyscrapers levels where the same level with this Sky Plaza, because as far as I see that your device structure code doesn't touch the ground, right?
It doesn't.
Is there a specific reason why you don't want to touch the ground?
I don't want to interrupt what's happening under there and try to utilize the outrigger of the buildings.
So people need to get on your Sky Plaza through these existing skyscrapers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why. So how you design that level where your skyscraper meets your Sky Plaza is very important, right? If you zoom in, right? If you zoom into your, for example, the left-hand side skyscraper, what's our building's name?
IFC.
Yeah, if you can zoom inside. So currently, I see a parameter of a ring thing. Is that a structural thing?
Yeah, it doesn't show in this diagram.
Maybe if, say, for example, if you study a typical Hong Kong skyscraper plan, there should be a building core, right, with those shear walls and lifts. Then outer side that is a layer of perimeter columns. And after that, you only got slab edges that mainly supports the facade, right? So so currently, I think if you in your plan, maybe you see your plan is better in the upper page.
This one?
No, there's a plan. This one. If you zoom in, currently
this is like
every. No, I want to see the plan just now. I see. So yeah.
This one?
Still see a section. Okay, yes. Currently, it's a black block, right? But I think if all the people get on your plaza through this so-called public sky floor, right? Then how this floor is designed, for example, how people when people get up I'm assuming the public lifts, how they circulate, and what kind of program can be there, so that it completes the circle of your circulation, right? So that will make your project, I think, much more rich, and it can close up your loop a bit better. Then if you don't want to interact with the current ground condition, I think it's fine. Then maybe you want to see about it. But I do see the potential that maybe some of them can touch, actually, when it's feasible, it can actually come down to the ground floor, maybe bring people up from the underground, maybe a metro station or something like that, like urban core, So because a lot of people travel in Hong Kong, I assume, through subways. So this can be enhance your transportation a lot better. And so people can freely and very conveniently go to the underground and go up, then go to the building very conveniently. Then this might enhance your social aspect of your and social interaction of your project a little bit more convenience. I think yeah, that's my suggestion. If you want to develop this further and give more time, maybe that could be helpful for your design.
Thank you.
Yep. Hiya.
Hello.
Yeah, I think a great reference for you would be the Singapore Garden by the Bays. That one, if you remember, if you have visited or have researched, you remember that's a bridge along all these kind of towers, and with greenery craft erecting from the grounds. I think, like, based on what Tony had commented just now, like how you enter these kind of bridges and through skyscraper currently, but I was thinking more like entering through the towers that you kind of put in. Can you go back to the oh yeah, exactly this one. So you see how they did this kind of tower by kind of linking the bridges. Is really similar to what you're kind of designing, but if you want to kind of develop it even further, I think by adding a bit more landscape, other than the netting that you added from your design, adding it on the tower might be a good idea as well, because solely currently it's just an electric tower. Is that right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so I think if you want to add a little bit more kind of complexity into those kind of towers, because ideally you don't want a single tower just solely supplying electricity. Maybe it can be adding on for kind of circulation, adding the bridges, adding connection between, and then the bridges, kind of maybe the junction between the skyscraper is just an access point. That way you won't interrupt any existing skyscrapers, and you don't actually have to look into a very in-depth detail on how to resolve every single like level in Hong Kong, because I think that would be crazy. Yeah, so I think this one is a good one for you. One additional thing that you can add on to actually enhance that kind of tower is that project actually can invite environmental, like birds nesting into the tower, etc. So if you actually want to kind of add in a little bit more sustainability, environmental aspect into your project, then you can actually do this, because this is already existed and built. All right. Overall, it's great. Yeah.
Speaking of carbon dioxide, carbon trading, I think Hong Kong Stock Exchange is trying to set up a system that works in the Greater Bay Area. I think so. Your project is actually, even and also with all this reference for you, your project has a certain reality to it. It's not really like out of the world, or it's like on this point, I just wanted to check with Ivan, like what are the impacts like for the project that you have been doing with students in the Bartlett or in Singapore? Any impacts beyond the academic circle?
I think most of the project we did, there's a sense of I think the aim of the project is not to solve anything, but it's actually to question the reality, or asking the question of what if. And I think, for example, Athena's project, it's about instead of just having Hong Kong as the financial center as it is, what if we turn it into a carbon negative city that actually take carbon as the new currency. So I think a lot of the project actually, raises questions. I'm not so sure about what the impact is, but I'm sure that through the process, through the approach to the brief, all the students actually have developed their own critical thinking, and whether or not this project will take one step further to whether it actually raise awareness of it or actually reach out to many other younger generations to think about what the future can be. I'm not so sure about that, but I think at least like our student will have the capacity to come up with something that's actually not so much about the solution, but to actually question it. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's the sort of impact or the outcome that we are looking for.
So it's to develop critical thinking,
yeah,
questioning complex issues.
Yeah. So I in a way, I think even if this project, I know we had this conversation of maybe we can send this report to the government and all that, but I think maybe it's not so much about letting the government know, but it's also about letting other people know to give them like an idea of okay, what else can be done to the city of Hong Kong, and then who knows, maybe the other generations, other students who look at this project, they might have another idea, which is to question the same thing but in another approach. But at least it raised the question for them, and it sort of stimulates the ideas. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I can just wrap up here. Athena, I think the project, is really rich. I think, all the research that you did is very powerful. And I think you have developed your own ways of, critical thinking and also data collection and all that. So I think that's really great. I think, maybe the approach of the project or to the brief is not so similar to what you have been doing in school, especially your doing landscape architecture. So I don't know how relevant this project will be, to your career or your portfolio. But I think if you just take the sort of research skill and the critical thinking that you have developed throughout the whole process, and also maybe even like the graphical skills and also the animation skills, I think that would be a really good tool and skills for your education later on. So yeah, I think just well done, and I look forward to seeing your final year project as well. Okay.
It's true. I mean, you have many diagrams you sort of touch and go because we only have 8 weeks. I saw the political negotiation table where you have 2 groups of people negotiating on this carbon capture or some environmental issues. That itself, it can be a chapter. And then also your fizzy drink is food education, right? How you make or food tourism. So that's a lot. It's very rich. I mean, we saw many diagrams, but very interesting chapters could be. They could be very interesting. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job. Exactly. It's a great challenge. It's great.
Thank you.
It's a great challenge. It's Penny, right? Next.
Yeah, it's Penny.
Let's take 5 and then.
Right.
Hi, yeah. I like share screen now or
Yeah, whenever you're ready. So.
I think PowerPoint presentation is better than PDF. I think Athena, maybe you should also have a PowerPoint
You
presentation.
did it in Athena and well, they both did it in InDesign. It just the way like you can change the viewing or preview in Adobe Calculator or whatever media you load your PDF.
The PDF is quite difficult to change between slides. PowerPoint is better.
I think Acrobat have like a slideshow style of presenting. I forgot. It's just that in general, in InDesign is a bit. No, just personally, I think InDesign is better in layouting, designing the whole presentation slides and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can do it in InDesign and export it as JPEG and put it.
Oh, true. Actually, true.
Yeah. Is Penny experiencing some technical issues?
Hi, you say now?
Yeah, are you able to share a screen? You're saying, or is there some problem?
Do I have to share screen now? I thought it's like wait a while.
Oh no, you can start. You can start whenever you're ready. Like when you're ready.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, guys. Just give her a minute. Usually, her internet's a bit takes some delay on her side usually. Oh, sorry guys. So I just got a message from Penny. She needed to restart her computer. It's just got some technical issues. I mean, meanwhile, if anyone got some problem with our workshop, you can feel free to ask or anything, or just bring a discussion. If you guys question about previous 2 student the project, we can also talk about it. Meanwhile, waiting for Penny. Again, I apologize for the delay. David, how's your studio doing?
Our students are happy and confident.
Nice. Is it four, right? If I'm right.
Yes, 4 of them. I think ST and EU are already here. And let me see, Tamsi and Faisal will join us later. Our unit is more romantic. So not taking too complex issues. I think your studio is done some amazing research, and in such a short time. Usually, I think Alan might remember, right? When for 2 months, 8 weeks, we'll only finish formulating a brief.
Yeah, I mean, DIP 9, I was still researching until my early TS submission. And that was January, February. After our unit trip, 2 months.
Yeah, exactly. So Ivan Herman and Ives has very good framework to support the students, I think.
And some amazing work has come out of it. I mean, Ben from this morning, first year, with very good animations and quite interesting provocation images, comparatively to what I was producing in first year.
Oh, we all been there. But I do want to give a big credit to Ben. So, because for Ben, when he joined the workshop, he actually has no experience in any 3D modeling or animation, and he actually very little skill set on like photoshopping or making. So mainly just hand drawings, just like we did when back in year 1 in architecture.
I think he's like
no, go ahead.
Sorry, I think he's like a very quick learner because like he was working and then he spent so much time just to learn a brand new software.
Good.
And yeah, he's like amazing.
Especially our studio was like around 8 weeks or a little bit extra, but the first half of the whole workshop was spent on like research, because our studio is a little bit more focused on research. So researching initial idea and all that. So Ben actually basically picked up this modeling on the 5th week. So like in 4 weeks, this is what he got. So I'm very proud of him actually.
Yeah, good job to all the students we've seen so far this morning.
I think the thing it's also your studio, right? You make many right decisions, and also to control Ben's projects in terms of the scale. It's very successful, I think. You know, if you looking back, I think he modeled the skyscraper, right? And then he didn't spend too much time modeling the site or any other. So like making all the right decisions along the way, and then the project has certain clarity.
Oh, I think Penny should be ready.
Great.
Just share screen right away. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Hi. Can you see the screen, right?
Hello. Yeah, we can.
Just quickly introduce yourself, who you are and what are you doing, and before I start. So, yeah.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Penny and I'm now working as an Part-1 architecture assistant in Singapore. So my project title is Elixir of Nostalgia. The project is in Bukit Timah railway station, which is already an abandoned site in Singapore. And so back in 1960, it's a very, very crowded site, which is the gateway for the migrations of Malaysians to Singapore. But then it's like after that, it closes in 2011, and then after that, it's kind of like being abandoned. So despite the attempts to revitalize this area as a public green space, but then the government is actually kind of like neglected the historical part of it. So the durian is regarded as a king of fruit in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia. So in Singapore and Malaysia, a lot of people loves it. So I kind of like employ it as a social tool to provide the spaces for learning, sharing, and also to create the interaction between the locals and the Malaysian community here in Singapore. So another thing is that the vernacular architecture, which is very popular in Malaysia and Singapore, is also integrated in this project. So it kind of like a reminder for the home for those who have like sacrificed their hometown to work in Singapore.
Do you want to put it full screen?
Yeah.
Is it not the full screen?
No, I mean your slide. Present your slide in full screen of the computer.
Full screen. Right.
What software is it actually? I think click on View.
It's a FOSS reader.
That should have like a presentation. Click on View.
On top.
Which?
But there's Home, Commands, View and Sign, and then View. So click on View.
Next.
Yeah. Is it read? Yeah. Try reader mode.
Better.
Is it okay?
Can you maybe right click and full screen? Is that
okay? That's a full screen. Yeah. Yeah. That's better.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So first of all, I conduct like a study about the Italo Calvino Invisible Cities, which is the Tekla, a city which is already under construction. So they got a very interesting dialogue in it. It's like the people inside the story ask the protagonist is like, why is Tekla the construction is taking such a long time? And then the residents over there answer them is like, so that the destruction cannot begin. So I think this one is like kind of symbolize like the continuation and the never-ending kinds of construction is very important, and the scaffolding is kind of like I guess an element to hold the whole city. So from here, I make trees like the collage is kind of like symbolize all the scaffoldings, having those invisible or intangible lines to hold the structure, the windows, the bricks, or even the columns, the staircase. So yeah. And then for the history part between the Malaysia and Singapore. So Singapore is actually part of Malaysia before it's actually like got expelled from Malaysia. And then Malaysian is like the largest foreign communities in Singapore, which with like the 44% of population here, and then another additional 350,000 Malaysians across the border every day. So it's kind of like Malaysia and Singapore is having a very strong connection. And then, of course, why there's such a strong connection is because of the mutual benefits that with Malaysian and Singaporean got it. is like the Singapore got a lot of like the workforce for it, and then in Malaysia we are here like probably for the better currency or like better experience. Another is the durian. So why durian? The durian is the king of tropical fruits. So it's got a very meaningful experience for us, like for Southeast Asian. So another thing is that the life cycle of durian trees, which is like the start from a seed and then the germination, and then grow inside, then grow into the tree, they produce the fruits, and then the fruits for the seed, and then go back to the soil, and all the process is like all over again. Which this is like the kinds of like related to the immortality, which like it's never ending. So another thing is that because there's kinds of like simulates the sharing and passing the knowledge from the old generation to the young generations. So in the process of growing this durian fruits, the older like the generation, they'll like teach the young men like you should like how should you do it to get a best durian. So this is like passing through the knowledge, which is another kinds of like never ending. And this showed like the process, like how the durians like grow from starter seed and then go to the fruitless and then the durian fruit. So this one is showed is the harvest process. And first of all, is that the durians growing on the branches, and then to prevent it like just fall on the ground, and then the durian might just like broke it, and then so they use the netting to catch the ripe durians. And then the workers will like ride the motorcycles and go around to collect the durians, and then do like waving process, and then before they send it to the store for outside for selling, and then that's the end. They got a durian house. So the issue for my side is that the Bukit Timah railway station loses its glory after the closing on 1st July 2011. And then the second thing is that, especially after this pandemic, we Malaysian kinds of like feelings that the feelings of wanting to go home, but we can't, right? And then another thing is the Singapore always depends on the imported food, which this like resulted in the pricey foods. Of course, Singapore always do it this way, but then this pandemic kind of lives reminded them is like they have to have their own resources, because if not, the Singaporean will just got so panicked because of the lockdown. They're worried they're like lack of storage. Then they're all like just rushing to the supermarket to snag all the grocery stuff. So the desired objectives is that the revitalizations of this abandoned site by reinstalling in new memories for this site. And then for the Malaysian, we kind of like want to create a sense of belonging for Malaysian. So it's bringing the home to them instead of them going back home. The other thing is to introducing the durian plantations, so to carry forward the inheritance of durian plantations in Singapore. So for the first one, the proposed spaces is the durian store and the hangout zone, which you can see in this picture. So this is a very important element, whereby this durian is my main element for my site. And then from this durian, we kind of like create a lot of memories and activities. They're like hanging out together. Probably they can having the outdoor movies together and enjoy the durian. And for the durian markets and eateries, it's like they kind of like remind the Malaysian the situation back in Malaysia, the family reality for them. So this vibrant eatery is like the chaotic atmosphere of street markets. Another is I got a tree pot, which this tree pot is like actually reserved for those workers who work and live it at the site, and that actually is served like the guardians of the durian tree. So to cultivate the best durian, so there's like they take care of this site entirely. So this is like a little story. Probably this the old man, the Malaysian, bring his grandson to this site, and then they're having like a conversation, And this man teaches him like the story like before in 2011, how worried is this side. Everybody gathers here to take the train, go back to Malaysia. But then this is what it is now. It's probably not so much of people. And then the second story is that this one, the grandpa is like sharing the story of him during the young kids time. It's like they're running around barefoot and running after the chickens, while the kids is like that he even seen a live chicken before, and then they stuck up like a lot of memories of the kids' memory, how they're doing in the villages. And this is like the old lady is like splashing the water on him. And then this one is like they're having a conversation. Is like how the durian is hanging on a durian food stall. And then a lot of activities on how the durian is like the people, how they like choose the best durian. They have a sniff on it. So this one is the vernacular architecture things about it. So this is the street market in 1916. So as you can see, it's mainly like they're having this circulation space in the middle, and then the side having the activity space, which serve as a, like for them to having some words or chit-chatting over here. And then the further inside is the shelter space. And this is a traditional Malay house, which they kind of have this like slanted curved roof, and then the stilt houses to prevent the, the flooded time. And then this is the study on the interior layout of the Malay houses, where there is like they're having the main space and connected by the secondary space by the bridge. So this is like the 4 years before they enter the veranda, and this is like the living room, the main living room for them before they go into the kitchen or to the bathroom or even the toilets. And this some pictures showing the traditional Malay house and the situation, how is it looks like back in 1916. And this is the a bit like sketching of the sectional study of my entire structure building. And the prototype is kind of like trying to simplify the shapes, the outlooks of the building, how it looks like. So this is the site. The site is like, this one is the whole thing. And then this small rectangular thing is the existing railway station. So this section A, B, and C it symbolizes how the situation it happens at different points of area. So another thing is that if you kind of like zoom in, this one is like I just from a scratch I started from this messing with kind of like a picture. And then it kind of like cuts it into 3 parts. And then after that, the 3 parts is like further going through their transformation. That it can be bigger, smaller, or higher. And this one is the collage of the restructures of activities inside the truss bridge. So this one, the outline is the remaining truss bridge. And then they got a railway track here. But then what can we do about it is that we create a new activity inside it. It's like the people can just go over inside it and having the gardening and a lot of activities inside. And then this one, the seasonal activities programs, it kind of like to study during the whole year is like which month is at which space is like having the most people. So as you can see, the crowdedness is like being the highest during the May to July is because this period is the mature stage, is the harvesting period for the durian. So they produce a lot of durian over here. And then other than that, it's also the school holiday. So a lot of kids are free and then the parents would bring them here. And then, of course, there's a lot of like minor peak time along the year. Okay, so I'm going to show you a animated plan and section. Wait a while. So this is the animated plan. It's like started from the ground floor and then to the roof plan. And this is the site as the existing building that I mentioned previously. And this one is the main building that's built by the side of it. And then the process is like they're going through this and then going to the site, having a lot of experiences, and then they go out here and then the end. And then this is the section and elevations. So as you can see, this curve roof is very important. And then I got into integrate some kinds of like those transparent roofs to bring in the sunlight, because the sunlight is a very strong element here in Singapore. So with this, like the pattern of the roof is actually creates different kinds of shadow casting on the ground while they're having all their activities inside here. Yeah, so I'm going back to the PDF. Yeah, so this is the final outlook of it. This is there's one existing railway station here, and then this main building is built beside of it. So, and then this is the tree post that I mentioned previously, whereby it's like is owned by those workers who work and live here to take care of these durian trees. Is like the guardian of this whole site. And then the further inside this space is the hangout zone for them to enjoy the durian, the fresh durian. And then the third one is the durian market. Yeah, so this is the first one. So as they go inside, this is the moving cart. It's like a table, and then the people can just like sit on it and then having their food order from this store, and then they're like be served on the food. And then this is like this cart is like moving through this railway track. So it's like they use the existing railway track to integrate into this the new activities to give it some new meaningful. And then so it's moving through the site. And one more thing is that you can see there's a netting over here. So this netting is actually served as the structure to capture the durian forest, as I mentioned previously. So it's connected from this roof structure to the trees. And then inside this building, there is some structure inside here so that the people can actually climb up to here and then having their activities over here. So this is how it looks like inside the railway track. And this is the moving cable. So this is the tree pot, which is like inside the section to show the situation inside it. So they can have the activities. They can probably like having a bed here or the space for them to store the durian fruits. And this is to show that it's like how they're utilize the space above the roof, the netting. And yeah, so there's more perspective. This is like the moving part, and then the market inside it. So the people can also like, other than the join this moving cart, they can just walk around, and then if they feel hungry or what, they can just go out and enjoy the fruit. Yeah, so this is the existing railway station and the main building structure. So these two is like the durian store or durian market, because for durian, it actually got a lot of byproducts. You can make it into the durian, the desserts, or integrate it inside the dishes or what. So this space is actually they can, you know, it's like the tree is just over here. So after they collect the fruits, they can just go to the storage, and then if they need it, they just like go to get a fresh durian and then to make the dishes or the dessert for them. So this one to show the roof, the netting situation. So the people can just climb up here and enjoy the situation and enjoy the shadow casting through on them. Yeah, this one show them the moving cart is like they can just like having an order here, then the food can be served to them before they're moving to another space. So this one is like the representing different kinds of store. And then there's a lot of like the spaces if they want to like add on more store or they just want to, you know, redraw the store number or what. And then this is the bridge, the connection from the main building to the other. So it's like under cutting through this hangout zone. And as you can see, this netting is the meaning of this is to catch the durian. So during the harvesting season, and there's a lot of durian being gathered over here. The people who walk by here, that is not only just a tool for them to, you know, to kind of the space, but they can actually got so close to this durian is like to really know how the durian, how it's like harvested or collect. And yeah, so this is the space for them to setting up those temporary store. If there's the harvest season, then they can set up a store here, and then the people can just having the chair over here to enjoy the fresh durian. Yeah, this is the condition where you like, you know, you are on this moving part. Yeah, so I'm gonna share some the video. So this is the whole site is surrounded by all these durian trees. And this is the main entrance of it. And so as you can see, I got this platform is actually borrowed the idea from the Malay traditional houses. And then the track is like just the side of it. So this is the condition, the moving cart moving through this railway track. And then above this, there's a lot of store. And then coming through this hangout zone where they can have those, you know, those outdoor, the slideshow to show how the durian, the history, and then the process, how to harvest it. And then this is your market space. Yeah, so go back for a bit. Yeah, so as you can see here, like this is a moving cart and this is the you know, the market. And then so if they like want to order the food, they can, it's like how after they done it, they can just like come over here. And then can you see here, this is a very like a small, oh yeah, this thing. It's like they can just transport these foods, the dishes to here and then to come down here for them. So it's almost towards the end. And then so while they enjoy their meal and before reaching the end, so they can actually, you know, this is a really the giant durian tree on this side. So they can actually like, if they're interested, they can go through this bridge and go inside this, the lookout point. Yeah, so for this durian market, there's like the second and third story. So for those who want to enjoy the better view, they can just climb up the stairs to get a higher point. And then there's some netting, like a hammock, and there's a wood. They can have a lot of activity here. So it's not only like stuff for the children, but it's also a permanent space for them to hang out. Yeah, so back to the entrance point. And then one more thing is I'm going to show you the moving car. Oh, I'm sorry. There's some problem with the PC. Maybe you guys can have a comment first before I figure it out.
Okay, thank you, Penny. Right. Anyone want to go first? Or?
It's great. It's great to see Penny is making such huge improvement from midterm. And I think
that's the thing.
It's interactive. Oh.
Yeah, this is the moving part.
That was it a Unity or Enscape walkthrough?
The movement there one is a Unity.
Unity.
Yeah.
I mean, Penny is great. You really tidy up. No, I mean I remember your midterm you were trying to do a lot of. You're trying to do a lot, but now you really focus on Durant, and it's great. So you use food to to fight against the loss of memory, and also we talk about the exchange between Singapore and Malaysia.
Yeah.
It was very productive, I think. It's also a very good narrative device. And then I was surprised to see that when you not only were using this as a research device and turn it into narrative, and then also you design the spaces for this single concept. That's really good. I think I really enjoyed the presentation.
Sorry, just go in for a bit. Penny, keep sharing your screen while we have the review, so they can keep going back to the slideshow for comments.
Yeah.
My PC is hanging, so the cursor couldn't move.
So just one comment from me. I think in your narrative, you need to put humans in your images, in all of your images, because your project is.
Oh yeah.
When you have time later, you need to do that.
Yes.
because it's such an important part of your projects. It's like about memories, about people. Then we didn't see any of that in your, or maybe some figures, right? Some human figures in one or two images. Yeah, but it will be really more successful if you have more people populating in your spaces. Maybe more. So the train or the moving platform that you designed in your project, they are trying to bring back the memory of the function of the train station. Is that right?
Yeah. So it's for the idea from the train moving on the railway track. So they're having the food, the durance, well, like kinds of experience this because it closes on Transit 11. And the young kids, they couldn't even, like, doesn't know how it looks like. So it kind of like, give them a little ideas while they can like cultivate another, the ideas on having the durian fruits. So it's like killing one bird with two birds with a stone.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, two more comments. Just two more comments quickly. I think the first one is building on what Ben's comment. You have a lot of hand-drawn sketches or diagrams, but the diagrams seem like they have not been scanned properly to be pixelated. I don't mind hand-sketched diagrams, but you need to, I think, maybe it has to do with Zoom as well, but the resolution of your research part is not doesn't come across very clearly. Those hand-drawn diagrams, they can be nice, but you just need to scan them properly, right? And then the second comment is about the illustrations or the images. I think I want to see a different event mode, like the harvesting mode, or during the harvesting seasons.
Okay.
So we want to see like how that will change the space or change the events?
I have a couple of things. I love this project because you managed to talk about the kind of community and cultural values of an entire country at the level of fruit, a particular fruit, the durian. And I think it's amazing. And I just want to follow up on what David just said about there being like different modes in your design proposal. One of the things I think you could do if you wish to move this project forward is you had in your hand-drawn sketches a market from the 1960s. And right in the middle of the market, you could see, you know, people hanging their clothes. Like there's a lot of chaos, there's people moving through the streets and all of that. And I was just thinking to myself, your project is in Singapore, correct? And it's to remind people about who are in Singapore, who are of Malaysian descent, to go and remember what it's like to be in Malaysia. And Singapore is a very, very regulated place. It's very manicured. It's a wonderful place, but it's very regulated. And I think your design proposal could bring back some of that, and I don't mean this in a bad way, the chaos of the market back into your project, because I want to see hundreds of people walking through your market. I want to see people eating. I want to see people picking the durian fruit. I want to see people maybe not hanging their clothing, but, you know, arriving at the train station and departing the train station. Like all of the things that make the market so vibrant and community driven and humanity driven. And it's an area for all of these different exchanges that otherwise normally wouldn't have had the opportunity in the city, for, you know, like a durian market fruit seller to meet with a businessman who's having lunch with the gardener and all of these different things. You know, that's just a really random example. But I think the hustle and bustle of the marketplace is really important. And as David and Ben were saying, with their suggestions, bring back the people, and not even just don't put like one or two people. Fill that like project up with like hundreds of people, loads of markets, loads of activities. Like it should be screaming market. And then I think you have a wonderful project where you can talk about an entire country, an entire territory, and a design proposal from the durian fruit.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Right.
I think I totally agree with what tutors was suggesting, and I think for me, I think the project two things. First, I think next step, if you want to develop further, when you have more time, you should apply the material and texture of your structures and your spaces. Yeah. So because it should be a very colorful and crowded and very vibrant space. Yeah. So I think the materiality of it is very important, and how the shadows and lights and even the smile of these spaces are the key concepts of your narrative. First of all, second, it's already been said many times, you should populate your spaces with people, and also with their conversations, maybe with their arguing, bargaining, and doing lots of interesting activities. So all this are actually happening in a very intimate, small scale activities that is the key of your project. It's not much about the technology of the structures or kind of advanced building concept. I think it's about the human and the daily lively activities that could happen there. If based on that, I think this game engine that being introduced to your project is a perfect tool to do that, if I have to say. I'm wondering if you ever play any kind of role-playing game or kind of first perspective shooting games. I don't know, like the Call of Duty or like what's that? The kind of World War II shooting games. It's a lot of these kind of tasks started with a with a journey that you can't do much. you have to follow kind of a local guide or very slowly walking or doing some interesting stuff. It's not about quickly like doing a shooting or something. It's like be set up for you to familiarize with the environment, and also they try to actually make this start of this game task like a movie scenes, right? And this kind of tools can be, I think it's similar to you have already been introduced, and you can try to do that and make people so when you later on navigate inside the spaces, then you can really, I don't know, maybe that's too much for you. It's like people, the real people in the game engine, right, interact with each other, talking and stuff. So you can really to sense and feel your space in such a powerful tool that a traditional architectural drawing could never reach. That kind of richness and dimension of the information you want to deliver. I think it's a super powerful tool that is perfect for your project, and you should try to take advantage of it in a further step, and really maybe ask more help from Herman and really do it in a, I don't know, industrial level scene, game scene or movie scene. Yeah, that sells your project best, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks. Timber. It's like for those platforms. Is it a timber platform? Which one? Yeah, but for my research, it's kind of like said as the durian wood is not really suitable for construction, so it have to be another kinds of trees. Okay, thanks.
Let me add something. So this project is really inspiring to me. It's because it brings out the memory from Malaysia to Singapore, right? So Singapore is also a city that's all the world people are going to. So which this building could bring the culture from Malaysia to the world. So introduce people to experience your memory. That's another very, very big point that will bring another layer of value to your project. And also, another thing that really inspired me, that I could see the potential, that I see this as a theme park, right? So it's like a theme park for trains and durians and harvesting and marketing. So if it's a theme park and you have a train, right? So why don't you make a roller coaster? So this train actually goes up and move around the durian tree, right? And also you have to bring another loop. So let's see. So you have this loop going up, and then you have this harvesting loop. You have this harvesting loop with the durian tree, and these guys harvest, and people that drops into the track. So the track is not only doing like experience. They also do like they also ship the product down or to other place. So you can connect this project to a bigger scope, right? Yeah. So that's why it thinks that it has a lot of potential, but I think it will add to this value. I really like this project. If you have next step, I think it could be very potential as well to be a really great project. Yeah.
Thanks.
Penny, I think you should clarify that the train track that you are using, they're not something new to your site, isn't it? Because you are using the existing track. Because it used to be a train station, and you're just using the abandoned railway to develop your proposal on it. So you're not developing a new track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, I really love your project. It's really like it's very playful, and I love projects that go that way, like bringing back heritage in a playful way. That's really interesting. But I think that the horizontal flow of your the pedestrians is very dictated. So when you saw us the Unity video, someone walking, so they can't walk across the project. They only have to ride on these carriages, and then they're carried, in a very we can say faster manner. For a project that's meant to be experienced slowly, interacting with people, talking about memories, enjoying the timber structure, and even capturing the fruits. I think the carriages are somehow fast for the premise of the project. I think if I was able to walk slowly through the project and enjoy it, and maybe have the train somewhere else, maybe on the outside skirts, or maybe across, as someone said, across the project, vertically and horizontally, that would be much more interesting, I think. So yeah, that's my only comment.
Yeah. But the idea of having that track inside is as we mentioned, is the existing railway track. So kind of want to use up the space in between the existing railway track and the existing the railway station. So the platform is built between both. So that's why the idea that the moving car is inside instead of the outside. Yeah, but I think your idea probably can be developed further. It's adding more track. So yeah, thanks.
Or maybe a pedestrian path. That would be also interesting. Maybe in between the two, train tracks, we can have a pedestrian track where we can walk. I don't know, or one side and the other not.
Yeah.
Do you know that that market I think it's in Bangkok, isn't it? Which is right next to the train track. And whenever a train comes, everyone just pack away the stuff. And then when the train leaves, and then the market resume. I think that's extraordinary. And that might be a really good reference for you as well.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Any other comments, guys?
Yeah, I think I can add in a little bit.
Yeah.
On top of Ben's comment earlier, I think Danny, you've done. I really enjoy your project. I think it's super interesting. And just adding on to Ben's comment earlier on how to kind of draw more relation between architecture and durian. I think you've kind of subconsciously done it because in the walkthrough, my eyes were really focusing on the canopy, where you were using kind of diagrid structure and kind of triangular panels or even diamond panels. Because if you look at the fruit durian itself, it is kind of looking diamondy shape. But in terms of how you can even emphasize that even more and be more explicit, bring that kind of canopy maybe down the column onto the floor, and or even looking at the build the sections that you were showing really early. I love those because you can see all these kind of beautiful forms, large roofs, and then think about irrigation. Think about how you can collect these water through these large roofs, and then how you can irrigate the durian trees, even with just saturate them with water. And then maybe you think about the periphery as well. Like I was almost thinking, you want someone walking near the site, and then they can start to smell the durian smell, and then they will be like, "Oh, which way is the durian?" And then some guy would say, "Oh, just follow this grid of durian tree until you reach the garden." That would be quite nice. And then whether you want the garden to be completely enclosed or kind of see through, so that people can kind of look through the walls, and then they kind of got a bit curious, and then also because of the smell, and also adding on to kind of Leyland's comment earlier, you want that rail, because that walkthrough takes you from the beginning and then till you get to this large, kind of super large durian tree. Because durian has different grades, right? They have different species. They're kind of like more supreme ones. So you might want to, go through that garden until you get to that, large supreme trees, and then you can go around the rail on top of the tree and then pick them and then come back down again. So it's a really nice kind of series and flow in your project that I really like. And I think there's so much potential to it, and you can definitely spend more time to elaborate and beef it up. So good luck.
Okay, thanks.
I love that comment. That's when the smell of it and the intangibleness of the durian. It also reminds me of the Smithfield Market in London, the sort of fresh meat market in central London. I remember when I get there, it was very hard to find my way there, but because it only opened like in a very early morning, like 3-4 a.m. and the only way to find my way there is to actually follow the smell, to follow the smell of the meat. So I think in a way, it reminds me of your project. Can you actually use durian as almost like I don't know, like whether it's a wayfinding tools in your architecture. So I think this sort of intangible architecture is really important, and I think in your case, with the fruit and durians give out such a strong smell anyway. So I think if you can actually incorporate that into your project, I think that will be really interesting actually.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay. But anyway, I think having this workshop and also teaching you guys for these 2 months, I think your project has also, like many other students, have come a long way as well. And I think especially like for you in the first grade, it's almost like a total change of design and direction. So I think really well done. And I hope you can actually take this, all the skills and all the knowledge that you've learned throughout the workshop, and take it to your education or whether to your work. But I hope you get something from from us and from this duration of 8 weeks time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
congratulations. It's a really beautiful project, I have to say. Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So what now? Are we moving to the next group now, or what's the plan?
Yes. Please stay for our studio, and then we will really want to get some comments from all the tutors, and also maybe from some of our guests. Just join our discussion. But
Let me quickly wrap up our students. So, as I mentioned earlier, actually we're supposed to have 5 students today, but 2 of the other students is not available. But it's actually a shame that you're not able to see the work. But we're still in contact with them, and sooner or later, once they got their work packed up, we're going to upload it to Moark and or Studio Moo Instagram. So we're going to have all the student model we share on the website and also Instagram and all that. We also have our own, which we just created not long ago, just our studio Instagram to share our student work. So if you missed it or want to check out their project again, you can go on these Instagram just to we're going to upload it later. And also the 2 students that we don't have today, we're going to upload their work on the site. But yeah, thank you for listening.
Maybe we can have 5 to 10 minutes discussion about your units, and then
sure, absolutely, yeah, that'd be great.
But maybe also Athena and Penny can share your
thoughts.
How you felt about the brief, the challenge, and is it doable within this time frame of 8 weeks, or what you thought that could be done differently?
Yeah, I think it's although 8 weeks is short, but of course it's doable. It's depends on the level that you want to achieve. I think it's intense, and I learned a lot of things from here for sure. So I think it's really a great workshop. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I told just go ahead. Please go ahead.
Sorry, no, go on.
Okay, I'll go. I think what Tony just said. I found Game Engine to be a very useful tool in your units, and also in my units. I imagine it will be a very powerful tool because it's able to show the spaces and then also the environment much better than a section plan or just render. I almost think 8 weeks. In your next workshop, would you consider to make the game engine part or design the virtual environment a larger part of the unit?
I think in response to both you and Tony's comment earlier, also where you mentioned that, for example, Penny's project can be further integrated in the game, put more element and all that. I think the major challenge is that, because again, this is the first time we host this workshop, and also the first time for me actually integrating soft game engine into teaching architecture, because in the past there isn't much place that I know of using integrating game engine into teaching, even if though it's only a very short amount of time, and the teacher that teaches game engine in teaching architecture, they don't have the very equivalent skill set. And so from my experience so far, the way that our studio, DR10, also stands for design research, because we spent a lot of time on constructing the idea and also based on the research. So the focus is more on the concept and research, proposing narrative, all that. Whereas we have a little bit less time on integrating the project fully to game engine. That's why we have to keep this game engine interactive part as simple as possible. Just walk around the space, click a button, play an animation, and all that. Because it still takes time to learn. All the students here have no experience in doing Unity or game engine and all that. So we have to keep it as simple as possible. But otherwise, if there's another brief, maybe in another brief where the focus is a bit different, a bit shift off from the research, where like more focused on being presenting and all that, then we will have more time to integrate game engine, more time for them to learn, and then move a little bit further. As Tony said, maybe some interactive, more NPC, you talk to them, someone talk, or as like, it's just like you mentioned earlier, a game is just very simple. You go from point A and point B, you want to do a certain thing. And how we do this technically is you can be as simple as you start walking from here. Nothing will happen until you reach this area of B, like a little zone. You go in and then you play another animation. But to do this, it still takes some time to learn. But within this 8 weeks, but with a DRR studio, it's hard to integrate that level of detail because you think that, yes, it might be a very simple technique, but me as a game designer, in experience, this also takes time to learn, especially for people that have no experience. So we try to keep it as simple as possible. But if the brief is available, then yes, we can integrate a little bit more.
It's interesting. And also, if the students coming to your units, they come in with different skill sets, right? Different levels of software skills. Yeah. And how long do you think for game design? It's quite similar, right? The designing the environments is very similar to architectural students do in in Rhino and in other modeling software.
In terms of designing space, to be honest, it's almost the same, except there's less limitation. But what I find from teaching them, the biggest part would be technical and practical part, where us in video game design, we don't really use Rhino, because when you model certain thing in Rhino, the way the software calculate the surface, polyfaces, and all that is a lot heavier, more detailed than it's supposed to be. So when I move this, like when I help the student to move up some of this project into Unity, it starts causing problem where I need to help them to recreate a certain thing using like Maya and C4D, Cinema 4D and all that, because the way these software model stuff is different to Rhino. Mm-hmm. So that would be a little challenge on that. Maybe the student should, just to learn to do animation, usually we use Maya. Even for architecture study, some students majorly use Maya to make animation and all that. So it would be better if they model the stuff in Maya, where they furnish or output. It's like, I would say, start the model in Maya for this thing. And then if you want to refine it, you go to Rhino. If you want to integrate to game and all the animation, all that, keep it in Maya or from Maya to Unity. Refine drawings, perspective, render, all that, you can do in Rhino and be like with render engine and all that. That's the general workflow, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blender works the same. Blender, Maya, anything. But Blender, Maya, Cinema 4D, these are the major software we game designer use. But we never use Rhino to do, because it's just the way they calculate polyface is different.
Mm. So it's almost like it needs another workshop to learn the second part, right? So you say
therefore we try to keep it as simple as possible. So yeah.
That actually is come from the same model, and then we just import that into different softwares, and then we have different outcomes. Yeah.
But if you do for everyone, I also shared Penny's model and all the thing in the same chat. You can access to download that. But if you look a little bit different, look in the detail of the Unity part, where when you walk around, yes, you can integrate your Rhino model in Enscape and walk. They have the thing where you let you become a standalone build where you can walk around the space. But there is actually a difference if you see the video and in Unity, because the way they read the model is different. So for example, you might see a roof with intact in Enscape, but when it goes to Unity, one of the roofs is missing. The face is because the face is, the way that we read the thing is different. So these are things that need to be like integrated or like need to start fixing before putting in. Yeah.
Okay. Fixing work.
We have a comment from Monura asking about Blender.
Oh yeah, I answered earlier.
I see. Because I've been looking at this guy from YouTube. He's called Ian Hubert, and he makes Blender sound so easy to learn. And definitely, like, if you guys have time, definitely check him out. I'll drop his name in the comment section. He does great videos and short clips and short movies.
And Ivan, in your formal teaching, are the students using Enscape, Unity, or any of these softwares to create animations, or they are still doing those amazing drawings?
No, so in our unit, we still very much focus on the drawing, but we have been trying to incorporate this sort of stop frame animation. It's like those ancient technique, where you have different frames and then you combine them together to form this sort of stop frame animation. So it's not so much about Unity and the Enscape thing. So I would say, with this workshop is, we're trying to experiment with some new tools and new ways of exploring and representing the ideas.
Still frame animation. So if I have 100 frame, the students will do 100 drawings.
Well, sometimes they would do it in Premiere, I think. But I think sometimes it really depends on which software the students are familiar with. But sometimes if it's not so complex, they might actually do different frames and then combine them together in Photoshop to make this sort of stop frame motion. Yeah. So it really depends on them, like whatever software that they feel confident with.
So you are definitely going to integrate Unity and maybe Cinema 4D more and more into your units.
I think that's something new for us as well. It's like something that we have not been looking into before, and also with quarantine and a lot of people actually studying or working remotely. I think this can be quite a new way of experiencing students' projects. Because like we don't have the capacity to print out everything now, because most of the time we just stay home and work from home. So maybe the animation and the sort of gaming bit can actually come into the project.
Nice. I see. You're quite positive with this integration architecture of game design.
Yeah. I always think it's always good to try something new, something that we have not been exploring before, and I personally think it's really exciting. So we'll see. Yeah,
I think it's a powerful integration.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Any comments? Anything Leyland can share with us? Unity.
Well, I think Unity can be more deeper, right? So right now, Unity using as like a demonstration tool, like that brings people experience throughout the architecture. However, if we have more time, we can dig into the like coding part, right? So it can automatically generate different kinds of people and wandering around the site, and they have different behavior. And each day they have like different behavior tree that will trigger the other behavior set. So when we simulate that, we kind of bring the real world into the like digital world. So I think we have great potential on this gaming engine. So maybe I can share something later and to this meeting, and you guys can see what I did before, maybe.
Yes, please.
Yeah, not now. I need to find it.
After our unit's presentation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would love to see it. Thanks.
Yeah. It's great job, Ivan, Herman, and I. Great job.
No, I think a lot of the work outcome is very much depends on how much effort and time that the students commit into the workshop. So we as tutors, we just kind of provide framework and help them to sort of advise them to make the design decision. But I think like ultimately it's really down to the students to decide how much effort and how much determination that they can give to the project. So I think really well done to the students, and you've achieved a lot throughout these 8 weeks. And as a tutor, I can say I feel really rewarding to see how your project came through. And I think that's the best part of being a tutor, to be honest, to see the students learn a lot and to come through from the education and all that. So yeah, thank you all, to all the students as well.
Yeah. It's a great job. It's a great studio. Yes. So if you, for the audience, so if you stay with us, DR10, the Quest for an Urban ELISA, they have finished their presentation. And then I think a general message from the studio or unit is that our environment is sick, Earth is sick. So our unit is to escape it, to do vacations in the solar system. And then here is a rundown. So Tony, Aaron, and I will do a quick unit introduction. Maybe we'll also share our promotional video, so you get a sense of the design agenda in our unit. And then Eski will present her project on Mercury, and Yiyu will present her project on Venus. And Faizan will bring us to Enceladus, which is a favorite satellite by Leyland, from Leyland's favorite satellite. And then Tamsi will take us all the way to the edge of the solar system, Pluto. So let me share the video that we created to promote these units. Cool. You're able to see if I do full screen. Yeah. The video is in Chinese, just to show you that we can speak 2 languages. But yeah, enjoying the images are nice.
多次登陆外星球世界，我们还发射了探测器，长时间、近距离地拜访了太阳系的每一颗行星。此时此刻，多个探测车正在不同的星球表面上忙碌地工作着。 他们从数亿公里外不断传来的高像素照片，就像是一张张风景明信片，邀请着人类的到来。从17世纪的第一支望远镜到今天成功登陆火星的陆文号探测车，我们对太阳系行星的了解日益清晰。那些挂在夜空中的光点，从历史书里的神话故事，逐渐变成了一颗星球、一个世界、一座山脉、一条峡谷，也终究有一天会成为一个个假期里人山人海的旅游目的地。
一些有前瞻性的企业家其实已经开始着手在推出太空度假产品，例如查德布兰森的维珍银河、田中贝佐斯的蓝色起源，计划将大众送上绕地轨道火箭。伊隆马斯克的 SpaceX 也已开始向太空站运送货物，并计划在不久的将来建造自给自足的火星基地。所以在我们看来，外太空星球度假早已不是天方夜谭，在手机上购买外星旅游船票也只是一个时间的问题。虽然外太空探索还是个100%的科研领域，但其实不同的极端行星环境原本就自带着丰富的旅游资源。所以我们这课题便是对未来太空旅游产业不断开发太阳系地外行星旅游景点的背景下，展开关于外太空建筑空间以及生活方式的研究与畅想。
直觉告诉我们生活所在的地球应该是宇宙中独一无二的世界，这些承载复杂生命的环境和物质一定是极其稀有才对。地球之外的其他行星也都毕竟是恶劣的，甚至恐怖的另类世界。但其实，地外行星上的物质和风景可能并没有你想象中那么陌生。我们知道这些，是因为我们发射了最先进的探测器，对太阳系所有的行星都进行了观察、测量、采样、分析。无数困扰已久的谜底得以揭开，那些神秘的地外行星世界的面貌也逐渐清晰了起来。
我们现在知道，太阳系内的行星、水星、金星、地球、火星以及从化学元素基数完全一样，在距离太阳最近，平均温度达350°C的时候，极地地区拥有大量的水冰，金星则曾拥有广袤的海洋以及精致的大气。金星高处的大气环境与地球地面的大气环境非常接近，火星则一度像地球一样滋润宜居，极地拥有大量的冰川。远一点的木卫二则常有巨大的底下海洋和海底温泉，土卫六的表面流动着液态的甲烷湖。
拜访这些外太空世界，可以体验无数浪漫且有趣的度假场景。在月球，你可以在酒店落地窗前低头望明月，举头思故乡；也可以去月球背面的天文台上观赏银河繁星，还可以参观阿波罗计划登月遗址。然后乘坐月球车游览周围雄伟壮丽的陨石坑和山脉。在水星，你可以躺在细腻的火山灰沙滩上，体验全太阳系最强日光浴，然后去附近的山坡和盆地上滑沙，还可以驾驶水星自行车体验跨腹追日项目。在金星，你一定要乘坐热气球到大气层高处，脱下宇航服，亲手抚摸来自另外一个世界的微风。也可以乘坐潜艇车在地表游览金色背景下的火山与盆地。
喜爱大自然的地球旅行家们，你们可以攀岩火星雄伟的水手峡谷，攀登太阳系最高的奥林匹斯山，在诺克斯迷宫中漫步，也可以去其极地冰帽避暑、泡温泉。在木星，你可以乘坐飞艇探索那美丽的大湖湾，欣赏伟大的极光。另外，在木卫一上体验最激烈的火山喷发，木卫二攀冰、潜水，然后点一杯当地泉水冲泡的特色茶饮，暖暖身子。
在土星，你可以近距离欣赏那永恒至美的光环和神奇的极地六边形，也可以去拜访灭霸的故乡土卫六，脱下加压宇航服，在甲烷湖泊中泛舟冲浪。如果你喜欢冬季运动，冥王星将会是你的不二选择。低重力滑雪和溜冰是当地的明星项目。
科技带来想象的自由，激发着建筑师们创新的思维。我们的任务书点爆了光辉乌托邦叙述的机会，将科研探索的成果转换为太阳系度假的资源，希望吸引带有强烈好奇心与勇气的同学，在探索未知领域的同时，也给自己带来思考的乐趣。从这个侧面来看， 我们还希望吸引一种同学，他们带有超越现实的视角，思考着科技带来太空旅行的可能性。与其环境巨大改变与认知将对一个太空旅行者或他身处的社会造成价值观的冲击，那同我们一样，这样的同学享受着建筑叙事的文化影响力。有时反乌托邦的作品往往要比美好乌托邦叙述更能紧紧抓住观众的想象力，因为这样的建筑作品起到了警示的作用。
面对即将到来的太空旅游产业，太空酒店将会是度假体验的重要组成部分。相比于天马行空、不切实际的大尺度科幻场景，我们更希望太空度假酒店的建筑设计尺度更小，更关注于细节。通过材料、技术与设计的结合，严谨地回应来自不同行星极端环境中温度、气压、重力、辐射等影响因素，探索具有不同行星特色的硬核科幻太空度假酒店设计。
So that's the promotional video we created. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Tony, do you have anything to add to our unit introduction?
I think there's something wrong with his mic. We can't hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what I want to top up, apart from this kind of romantic and how to say utopian kind of concept, another thing that can be challenging and interesting of this brief is that we are kind of take a lot of this architectural design for granted based on the condition of the Earth, the environment, the gravity, the atmosphere, the climate, and the energy format and all the stuff. However, we are trying to challenge this by putting the building into not very far, but the closest different environmental world that is orbiting around us, by changing this factor index of in different the fundamental factors, then you can have a totally different design by just changing gravity, radiation, atmosphere, and temperature. So this is also quite an interesting factor that our field wanted to explore.
Yeah. So, ASCII and our happy and confident students, we invited, the DR10 tutors here today, and then we also invited our colleagues in the Zaha Hadid Architects, Leyland and Sanxin, to join the discussion later. So, ASCII, are you ready?
Wait, David, you haven't introduced Aaron yet.
Yeah. We have 3 tutors in our unit. Aaron is here with us today. Do you want to say hi, Aaron?
Hello, hello everybody. I'm Aaron. 就是我英文不太好，我还是用中文说，然后戴伟帮我翻译吧。就是 OK， 谢谢。然后这个项目主要是我以前跟 Tony 老师一起，就是在国内，就是中国大陆地区，然后带过一些课题，然后从最开始的是一种装置设计，然后逐渐延伸到这种小尺度的外太空或者是 地外行星的一种小尺度的建筑设计的一种探讨，然后也不是说完全不切实际的，就是完全科幻，要基于一定的物理现实的一些依据，还有一些客观条件、一些限制，包括一些各种复杂极端的一些环境，然后就是通过建筑如何通过材料技术，还有一些细节如何克服这些困难，然后来创作一系列这样的一个作品。然后很高兴，也就是跟 Tony 还有还有 David， 然后一起共事了8周，然后还有和其他的一些同学，然后来共同做这个作品，然后也看到就是大家现在完成的一些作品的就是现在的一些结果，我觉得完成度相对来说还是比较达到我们的之前的一些预期的，然后就是很期待接下来看到各位同学的一个 presentation。 OK。
Yeah. So Aaron saying that Tony and Aaron has run some design units before with a design brief that it's focusing on architectural device. And this year we are, together with me, we are scaling up our ambition. Now we're designing a vacation hotel in the solar system. So growing from device to hotel. And so Aaron said that there's a positive working experience with our students from many different places. Aski is from Turkey, and you will see they will introduce themselves. But anyway, and Aaron's just to say that the result is we're quite happy with the result, and let them present to you. Yeah. So why don't you briefly introduce yourselves, and then we can start presenting your project, Aski.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Ezgi. I'm from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm graduated from Istanbul Technical University last year. And so here I am with you to present Mercury Vacation Hotel today. Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, then I will start.
Great.
The Mercury is my destination. It is the closest planet to the sun, and its rotation period is 59 Earth days, and orbital period is 88 Earth days. The time is really different from Earth, I can say, and the solar day period is 176 Earth days. The gravity is lower than the Earth. It's about 3.7. And the travel time from Earth is 147 Earth days. It can be accepted as a close destination. Its unique features, I can say that it has excessive heat and extreme hot. It can be extremely hot and extremely cold. However, it has water ice in permanently shallow polar craters, which is really interesting, actually. And it has the most biggest impact crater area, which is Colars Basin, and its surface, and its nature is really different. And it has no atmosphere, different from Earth. It has a glowing exosphere, and we can see from here And the rotation speed is quite low, so you can travel the whole planet by walking under the eternal sunset. I can say that the Terminator speed is 3.5 kilometer per hour instead of Earth's Terminator speed. It's too higher than the Mercury's. And another interesting feature of the planet is it has a really weird elliptical orbit, so it creates a change its speed. As a result of this changing, the distance of the speed of the planet, the sun looks like going backwards in the sky and falls down twice, and you can observe the motion from color space. And it is my standing point. Travel under slowing Terminator at color space. It is the most interesting area of Mercury, and it is one of the largest impact basins in the solar system. The sun is brighter and bigger at here. It has a gray, really reflective surface, and it has some sulfuric glowing hollows in its craters, different size of craters, and different formations. For example, a spider formation, a huge crater, and a big gravens around it. Really different natural characteristics. And the peculiar behavior of the sun is, and I can show from here, and it rises from the east and stops, returns its original route, and then it stops again, moving forward, stops and moves backwards again. It will be, it is, and then falls down and little bit rises and falls down again. So we can observe here the motion, which is the double sunset. I think that, in my opinion, is color spacing can be an ultimate destination for people who are interested in nature photography and enjoy sunset, because they will able to meet with different lights instead of living in the shadow, and they will meet different part of contrast and different sunset views. The conceptual idea, I can say that, and I imagine a hotel that allows visitors to experience different features of the basin, both surface and the motion of the sun under the habitable Terminator shadow. So I tried to implement a moving system between craters. I tried to realize the concept that moving under the habitable shadow of the slow Terminators. So I choose two destinations for my concept. In crater stations, they can the hotel can move between these two craters and use they are as energy stations. So craters can be charged by solar panels, the daylight, and the hotel moves and the sunset begins. The hotel moves, starts to follow the sunset, and then moves to the west direction. And I suggest a rail system powered by a magnetic field. So the hotel can move via power of magnetic fields, and they can use for other life cycle activities for solar power for instance. Hotel moves thanks to the power of magnetic field and uses stored solar energy for its life cycle while following the sunset, which are wastewater treatment and oxygen production, etc. And to prevent the travel to one route, I think that maybe the main body has its own detachable units to expand traveling experience for the visitors. So they can reach, according to their preferences, they can reach the unique features of the basin by individually. Sorry. Welcome to the Mercury Express. It is the conceptual name of the project. It's an alien nature experience under eternal sunset, in my opinion. And these are some activities that you can reach by following the sunset. You can experience different light, time, and nature, and taking extraordinary photos, scenery photos. And you can use the sand, smooth lava plain sand, to make sand land arts or sand arts that will last forever, because there is no wind, there is no atmosphere. So you can implement their own immortal art, or you can visit the glowing sulfuric hollows, which is really different. And at the final of the tour, you can witness a double sunset view, and the sun is fall down. The hotel started to return the main station. First, it has charged. It has charged and returned and started to return the main station, and then you will, your returning journey will begin to the Earth at the final. And this is an image that I can say the main image that the hotel and the detachable parts of the system. I can say that hotel moving forward to the west and start to close to the sulfuric hollows. I can say it's about the image, and you can see the lighting. It's Mercury Way aurora. I can say the glowing exosphere around, and you are at the habitable zone, actually in safe zone, and you also you're still see the sunset view. These the some of the views of the hotels. There's the top view and the elevation. I can mention about the materials of the system. Actually, general material is titanium. Titanium facade I can say that it's a metallic facade came in necessity because of the solar radiation and excessive heating. So I prefer titanium facade with inner plastic insulation for thermal and radiation. And then some parts of reflective thermal glass, so you can observe inside of the hotel surrounding area, but you cannot see from the outside to the inner view. And then some parts can be dynamic. Some parts are dynamic because of the inner functions needs, and they can their own structures. The facade can slide or collapsible, and they have inner unreflective glass in itself. And we can see here the movable parts, which are the hotel rooms. Actually, we can see the departure and the detachment of the system. These are the inner functions I can mention. We have a little reception area in here, and we pass the reception. We have a huge corridor that that can be reached to the hotel rooms, movable places of the hotel. And at the middle, we can use the stairs, and we can reach the swimming pool area, which as an exercising place for visitors, and they can use the sliding rooftop system, so they can open it and they can stargazing and swimming at the same time, and they can still attached with the aurora and a little bit of sun actually. And we have a little cafeteria for nutrition. And the other, actually, the key space of the system is observation and multimedia hall. I can describe the area as both an exploration and entertainment place, because we can enter here and we meet an multimedia inner facade that can be used, that can be oriented from visitors for activities. They can set movie hours at here, and they can share. They can they can create a little bit of exhibitions that capture from the individual trips. They can share with each other the photos that can capture by individually around the Mercurian surface, different light and nature photographs. And then past the multimedia screen, they can meet the giant, actually can be described as a landmark of the space, an observation. They still continue to explore the sun and its surrounding, and they can capture high resolution space photographs via the telescope, I can say. At the end of the tour, when the hotel closes to another crater station, and they will wait, and they can capture here from the double sunset view, and then sun will totally fold. And the railway and infrastructure system is a base layer that sewage systems or other water system can be implemented, and the batteries of the train will be implemented at the base layer. And the other key space is the mobile rooms. It's like a space way of mobile houses concept. And it's an inner view of the craters and smooth lava plain and the hotel's movements, I can say. And the details can be shown on this way. It has small three-floored. It has a small three-floored plan, and which is the vehicular floor. This floor has wheels, and it's covered by the structure, so they can, so people can move out from this from space, and they can control the rotation and speed of their rooms. And of course, a titanium facade with inner plastic insulation. It is the same material as the overall hotel. And the ground floor, I can describe it as the at the same floor of the main body. They can enter here. Sorry, they can enter here the hotel, and they will have the little living room. They will meet the little living room actually, and it's the toilet here. But they can switch the position of the area, so it can be. It is sofa, and it can be turned a bed as well. And the other floor is little tiny sleeping areas, I can say. And then there is a sliding sunshade system around the glass material, because it's up to travelers' decision. They can prefer when they will want to sleep in total darkness. They can totally close the system, or they can or when they want to observe from the inside of the room, they can open the sliding system and enjoy the views, but without moving out the space. And it is the docking part, I can say, that because it is a necessity to attachment and detachment. And I implemented a docking system inspired by the NASA's, actually the docking system. The main core has inner shield and an inner sliding system in itself. And the other part, we have first the soft capture system for alignment. So we can see the structures comes from the inner part of the place, and started to find the gaps of the hotel room's soft capture system. And then it started to dock, and a hard capture system will be activated for complete docking. And then you can attach again the main body. This is all for now. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Good progress.
Thanks.
I think I really like your project. It's really romantic, as it's like you got the research and really nice design as well. But can I just make a small suggestions that I would actually like to write a script, like before you actually go to the presentation, and then maybe practice it a little bit. So when you present your project, you will have like some hierarchy, so you can capture the audience better and explain your project better as well. Yeah, and actually I got another question as well. Like in that small, those spheres, those movable, is it like hotel rooms or?
Yes.
So you can kind of like maneuver it, drive around to actually, it's like a car.
Yes, it's like a mobile homes. It resembles mobile homes. Actually, I had a reference, but I didn't implement it here. It was like a caravan-based system and a folding system. I was inspired from the project and tried to optimize and.
That actually is really nice of you. It's quite like it.
Thanks.
Do you have like in that mobile that hotel's room, like do you have like an air pressure changing room? like how do you put on the restaurant suit to go outside, and like when you come back, you close the door, then you have like a change in the air pressures. No change in air pressure, but you have like a kind of like a changing room for you to put on the suit, take off the suit, kind of like sanitize yourself, kind of stuff. I just wondering to like do you actually kind of thought about it? No.
No, but you're right.
Yeah, just some suggestions, but yeah.
Yes, I should. I need to some other places for the air pressure. Yes.
I have a couple comments. I really like the kind of phenomenological aspect of your project. So it's about light, it's about the senses, it's about sound, like all of these different experiences that you can get. But then I have a question. Because naturally we cannot go and survive, as our human bodies are like now in outer space, we need to rely on the spheres in order to experience all of these different experiences that you're suggesting that we can do in outer space. And I wanted to know, are there any kind of, because there are a couple of limitations. I wanted to know how you kind of overcame some of those limitations when it comes to maybe like sunlight and dealing with cold temperatures, dealing with like loads of bumps in the road. Like, how can you explain a little bit more about how the experience is going to be felt by the human inside one of your spheres?
Actually, I didn't think such, and I think I told about generally the gravity is different, and so I generally focused on the moving part of the places, not the inner experiences.
Okay.
Generally,
I only asked because like I can see in the plans like there are some nice chairs, like there's a place to sit, maybe like a place to eat. And correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. So I thought that like you've clearly given it some thought, because like when you're on part of the journey, you decided to go and find like this new space because you want to see the double sunset, and maybe one person wants to experience it from what looks like a balcony, another person wants to go outside and experience it. So the vessel of getting to your experience is actually really important. And I just wanted to know a little bit more about what's going on inside some of these spaces.
Actually, I generally designed as a tool to reach to the outer spaces, and I generally focused on the outer experiences. Okay. So it works like just a vehicle. So I concentrated at the floor plan, which has the controlling places, controlling devices to change the orientation and speed to reach the different places. But yeah, you're right, actually.
Yeah, because like maybe it's a hotel, right? So even when you're at like the nicest of hotels, they take you to places, it's still quite like a nice experience. It's like on your way to this new crater, maybe it's like a nice martini bar, or maybe it's like a very relaxing dark space, maybe like all of these things. So yeah, I would love to know, to take this project forward, the experience before you get to your experiences. What's that like? How will it affect us? Because I think it's really important.
Hi, Ashley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to would like to remind me of something because I have a very bad connection here. So I noticed that you have a pool in the train system, right? Yeah. So I don't know if I hear it the complete presentation, but do you have like a gravity control system? Like, you sure you have the 1G gravity condition in the train, so ensure that the pool, the waters won't, something like that. So I think if you might, please.
Yeah, I have a little research about it. Mercury's gravity is like Mars's like gravity. So I changed the height of the stairs for the more appropriate version of the lower gravity, and I have a research about the swimming pool and pool experience for Martian environment. It's like they can say that people can climb like a dolphins from the the pool, and the waves can be more slower. Waves will be more slower, and it will like a slow motion pool experience, I can say, and they can jump without any device or any place. So they can jump from the 1 to 5 meters from the surface. So it will be some.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's a really fascinating idea, but I think it might be better if you can have maybe some images or maybe some conceptual images to show in the scene of the pool, because it sounds really good, and it's a key point of your expectation of this train. Like be having like some experience we can't have on Earth, right?
Yes.
Yes, and also there's one thing like. It's more like a big picture, because the system you are using is like a main train with some movable rooms. So I think it might be more like ambitious or more. So you have like a train system of this project. So you can have all your rooms moving between each trains, and you can just picture a really large zoom out side plan of the context you have chosen on the and so you can see that you have these mobile rooms the traveling not only to reach some place near the train, but you can just even travel to another train to catch another trip.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking about.
Yes, it sounds really joyful.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. It's really nice project.
Thanks.
I'll make some comment, actually, because I was here last time when you were designing your midterm, and I do find that it's actually, in terms of the form of your design, the train, it actually changed a lot. And honestly, to be honest, I personally prefer that 2-level. I mean, some of these might not know here, but this quick between you and me. So I think that, because I kind of quite prefer, you had a 2-level of train, sort of like a form of shape you had designed back ago. But I mean, if it's your decision, go back to this type is fine, and it's a very nice design anyway. But I just think that sometimes, especially when you go to space and all that, your idea can be more wild, and a train doesn't have to be just train shape, just go different or whatever. Wow. Anyway, so the first thing I want to comment is, so presentation style, as a little bit on IFES. Presenting online is very different presenting at school. You can actually just write the whole script for every single page. You just read it off. No one will know anyway. You are sitting on the screen. So it will help you just ease off the pressure, and like try to remind yourself like, okay, what should I talk about here and all that? Because you had a good flow on the beginning, on the first half, but it started kind of cutting out and not on the late stage. So you can just like, yes, maybe when you're presenting physically, it's good to have a note of just bullet point, because you don't want to hold the whole book. But now you're sitting on the screen, no one's going to care, no one's going to know. Just write the whole essay, you just read it out. It's okay. Yeah. And so secondly, I think add on Alan's earlier talk about like, it's love to see about the moment. Wow, you also mentioned that the focus is about the train, the structure and all that, right? For this page instance 9, you can make another page of the same one just to do a quick render within the internal space, just as it is. You don't have to add anything. With this model, I think it's enough detail. Also, just on this image and on the same one, and then you can point out, okay, in this moment, this view is like this. And also this image is small enough that you don't need that much detail. I'm not telling you to do like a half page or whole page of render to see all this internal moment. You can have this small images of the internal moment so that, and also it's a quick job. It's where you can probably finish that 2/4 of this screen gap in like 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Because that level of detail with this size of image you can put in this page is already good enough. Because as again, they all mentioned it's a hotel. The main character and also the way you design your train and journey and experience. I would love to see the experience, they're actually being in the train, all this energy, all this movement. 7 and 10 page is, I quite like it. Because initially I thought, I wish there would be more moment in, for example, number 7. But again, it's actually space. And then I think the present of that render or this art is actually very well because you just capture the space of Hololens and then you're the only entity within the space. And so 2 more points. One is... Sorry, go ahead. Sorry?
Can we show slide 7, please?
Okay, just move to slide 7. Yeah, I actually quite like this render. I mean, I would maintain the level of detail, but just further work on this a little bit more. Like for example, like refine a little bit more. But I think that level of detail is very good for space. I personally find it. And what was my 2 point? I forgot. I'll say another one. Can you go back to 9? I really like this pod, moving pod. It's their hotel room, right? Moving room, yeah, movable rooms.
Yes.
I think I'm not criticizing if the structure physically work. I'm not an engineer, and I hate engineers. But structurally, all those parts that contain your room, you can make it bigger or make it a little bit more complicated so that those cells are actually designed for maintaining this little moving part. For example, because the way you model the cage, they are all the same length or same shape. I think those ones can be wider, and also maybe just the bottom part is curved out, or maybe the other half, the rear half of your train can be bigger, to which you contain these little balls moving houses. And also, I think you can actually make the whole train bigger to more rooms. Or where I remember, so I remember I talked about last time because I actually very like your idea and the way that you have this intervention on Mercury, right? And I was saying that why not circulate the whole thing, circulate the whole Mercury. But okay, it turns out you decide just to main point. I mean, you do have your reason. It's okay. I think I'm not saying you have to do it here, but I'll just say proposal. If you bring this presentation or this kind of idea forward, you can propose what happened if I repeat the system all around Mercury, or maybe there's some interesting point. A bit like earlier, my student Athena. So he was making like a new layer of Hong Kong, whereas the whole Hong Kong, he chooses one spot, and then he just repeating everything along the whole city. It doesn't matter if they actually touch the building or they work or not, but repeating it gives you the moment that, okay, what happened when this design of yours is start repeating because it works, and then you start repeating and start populating in the future, in like 50 years or later after your whole this strategy. So it's like a strategic proposal as well. And it would be nice to see the future of your future. So I mean, I really like it. I still really like your idea. I like train moving, all this active energy type of design personally anyway. So it's a good job. And compared to half term, I do. Also, yeah, you did your research. I like it. It makes your design a lot stronger. I just think the only last comment would be, I think you can be braver to be more ham. You're already out of space. Just do more than this. You already did more compared to last time, but you can go more. But it's a really good design, good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good model.
Hey, I think I actually really like the premise of it. This idea of chasing the sunset, and I think it's really really romantic. But in a way, I think it can be even more romantic, like the sort of cultural phenomenon of sunset. I'm sure you have maybe heard of the Weather Project by Olafur Eliasson in the tech. And what I find it interesting and sort of relevant to you is that he's sort of this make-believe world, and it sort of reminds people of sunset. But you can actually see how the visitor actually came all the way to experience it. They literally, pull out like mat and, they put on the shades to just, as if they're actually looking at the real sunset. So I think this kind of cultural phenomenon and the sort of activities that associate with sunset is, very interesting. And therefore, I think, you can be a bit more sort of more extreme in finding ways for how people can actually experience this phenomenon. And also, I'm just wondering, so your project, the setting, so is Earth still sort of inhabitable in your setting or not?
My destination is habitable. Yeah, actually, we optimize the shadow of the Terminator is habitable place, and then we can organize the materials. I can organize the materials for more proper for human living.
Yes. So basically, it's
titanium facade insulation and etc.
Yeah, but no. So what I mean is, so basically, people they will come to the hotel and stay for like a certain time, and then they can manage to go back to Earth, right? Okay, and then I'm just wondering, would that be a wider aspect to the relationship between your hotel and the Earth? Can it be seen from the Earth? And also because you're chasing the sunset, your structure might actually can reflect some of the light back to the Earth. So, would that be a chance that you can establish a sort of, relationship back to the Earth as well? So I think that would be quite interesting as well, because you're expanding your project not just on the planet, but also back to the people in Earth. And also, you might also see it as almost like a promotional tool. All those hotels does that. They promote their vacation package and all that. So yours one is basically from the stars. Like, people when look up, they can see the advertisement. So I think that'd be quite fun as well. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Thanks.
Yeah. So yeah, I think. Well, I mean, that's my comments. I really do like the idea of this, tracing the sunset, and it almost reminds me of I don't know if you have read the book called Little Prince. It's quite well known. So in the stories, because from the planet that he's from is really small, and he can literally watch the sunset 43 times a day. And it literally just reminds me of that. And he watched the sunset whenever he's sad. So I think this sort of emotional association can be quite interesting too. So you can be actually more, even more specific on the visitor that you are inviting. Maybe it's only for people who are a bit depressed. So they come here to enjoy the sunset, to cheer them up or whatnot. So I think if the characters, the protagonist is more specific, then I think the project will even be a bit more stronger as well. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
That's all my comments.
In the story, there's also a fat guy, a fat boss who's working so hard every day that he barely look at sunset. Right? Yeah. Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
Mhm. 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 Exactly. Mhm. 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 Thanks.
Yeah. I agree. So it's a very well done project. Just couple suggestions. So as you're already on Mercury. You don't want to limit your thought based on your like Earth-based train style, or like these bullet train are more like um, have a more advantage on the fluid dynamic. So, but in Mercury, you don't have that case, right? And also the speed you move is also different. So maybe you move in a way, and there's no way, nothing to stop you. It will just keep moving forever, right? So there's no. Also, you have this. Also, you have this magnet system. So this is sitting on the magnet. So there's nothing to stop you. You don't have to use energy to sustain the speed of the train. So also on the train, you see there's a lot of stories, a lot of movies, and talk about trains. So there's very interesting stories on along like different carriage, right? So you for example, you want to experience a theme, and you go to one carriage. So it's not a unibody, it's like a different carriage system. So that will bring more story and more romantic to your story, right? Also, I see your one of the diagram move the train along the track to the station and hide it behind the rock. But yeah, I don't see it's necessary to do so, because if you have a zone that have a normal temperature, right? The Mercury, you have 400 degrees facing the sun, and like minus 170 behind. So there is a zone that is always keeping the temperature normal, right? So for human beings, so your car, your truck can just constantly moving on it. So it's just a constantly moving thing. You don't have to go bring into shelter or something. You're just moving into that equator or something to get rid of or to be in a safer zone. So that's already a good idea, right? Your moving hotel is already a good idea. So why don't you just make it consistently moving, right? Yeah, good. Thanks.
Thank you.
I can do a quick wrap up. I think everyone's convinced with your narrative and your research part. It's very, very thorough. I mean, you can explain a lot of your decisions and relate it back to your research, which is really good. As you can see, some of the tutors, they will want to push you to do more on the site strategy, you know, to extend your rail system. And then some tutors will want you to detail the hotel rooms, to show the details and how it works. But no one actually challenged you on your programs, right? And your geometry. So maybe this is like a really good panel, and then also can give you some very useful comments in the future that you know where to put your energy and your focus, how you put together a convincing project. But to summarize all the comments you receive, you can do a very simple thing. You detail the hotel room and you show an image of the inside the hotel room, looking out to the landscape, you know, with all these things. You just need to frame your image in a way that it has the details in the hotel room. And then for the site strategy, you could learn something from the other units, the DR10. They have some, maybe in your case, you have an iPad or a device on the hand shows the location of your hotel room. And then in relation to the train, the position of your train, and then maybe the system. So using this kind of graphical techniques or something that you are able to convince your audience that you have a site strategy which is much larger than your what we show in the research, and then you have details of the room, and then also the narrative. Yeah. So I think maybe just one image, one great image will be able to tell all this or address all the comments you received today.
I don't understand. What do you mean? I can all of the concepts in one image?
Yeah, all the comments you received today, you can. If I were you to address the comments, I'll create one image. All right. Look, position the camera inside the hotel room. You detail the room as much as you, and then maybe you have some. I was saying that you were here, right? You were here at the final presentation, for the first session, where you see they have very nice images or graphics or screens showing the carbon capture rate, something like that. If you have a device, yeah. Yeah.
Good job, Eski. Good job, Eski. Hope you enjoying the design. Yeah.
Yes.
It's great. It's great. Any questions or anything that you want to share before we move on to the next presentation?
Did you render in Modo, Eski? I'm just wondering.
No, I had a Lumion render first, and most of them I
connect to Photoshop.
Yes,
okay.
I use generally Photoshop actually.
Okay, thank you.
We are doing the order from distance from the sun. So the closest from Mercury. Then after that, we are going to the second planet, Venus, which is where EU's hotel is located at.
Oh, that's how you schedule your student presentation by distance. That's interesting.
Yes.
And also in alphabetical order. Their names kind of works with the distance from the sun.
It's a coincidence. Yeah.
Is there anyone has a array of planets from the sun, so everyone gets the concept for those new to this brief?
Yeah. I have one.
Oh, you should have told us. Then we can organize our studio like from the smallest or like closest to Earth, down to Earth, and escaping.
Yeah. Escaping. Presentation.
Should I start?
Oh, one second. Just want to quickly.
1 second.
Oh. Yeah. Can you see?
No, you need to share. You need to share.
Still loading, maybe.
How about now? Okay. So ASCII was here. Now we are going to Venus. And then Faizan's project and Tamsin's project.
Yep. Now we are at the Venus. EU, you ready?
Yeah. Okay, I'll stop. So yeah, EU, you can take over.
Hi, my name is Yi Lan. I come from Macau, China. I just graduated from Nanjing University and I'm preparing to work. So let's start the presentation. My hotel is located in Venus. Have you ever imagined life in heaven? You can wake up in the clouds and swim in the sky without any structure that would block your sight. You can glide 50 kilometers above the ground and even fly anywhere you want in the hotel without climbing stairs or elevators. Can you imagine that the high altitude is not as cold and oxygen scarce as Earth, but it is very suitable for humans to live comfortably? Here, you can enjoy the childhood dream, swimming in the clouds. When you look out the windows, you will find that you are nestled in a thick layer of puffy white clouds. You can see your hometown from above the clouds during the Venus long nights. If you are interested in the above description, then Hotel in Venus will be your destination. First, I will introduce the background research about Venus. Venus is roughly same size and gravity as Earth. Its color is golden and reddish brown, bathed in yellow line. Day length in Venus is 5,832 hours. Year length is 7.5 Earth months. A day in Venus is even more longer than a year. The air composition is 96% carbon dioxide plus 4% nitrogen. Venus has an extremely dense atmosphere, and the atmospheric pressure on the surface of Venus is 92 times that of the Earth. The average temperature on its surface is as high as 462 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest planet in the solar system. Then I will talk about my site.
The site located on 50 kilometers above the surface of Venus. The temperature there is 30 to 50 degrees Celsius. The site is surrounded by orange-yellow skies. It has thick cloud and full of drops of sulfuric acid. The reason of my choice is on 50 kilometers above of the surface of Venus. Its thick atmosphere is great at protecting from radiation all around. The pressure and temperature of the atmosphere of Venus are similar to those of the Earth. The air here is thick and great for gliding, and people can fly in the sky. The concept of my hotel is let people living in the clouds experience time like in heaven. The hotel will travel around the planet in 100 hours, 50 hours of daylight and 50 hours of night. Then I will talk about my hotel design. The hotel has 5 floors. There are cockpit, reception, restaurant, airship station, bedroom, swimming pool, and gym room in the hotel. Provide people supporting facilities to experience new lifestyle in the cloud. On top of it is hang 50 kilometers from Venus by an oxygen-filled balloon. Because the planet is made almost entirely of carbon dioxide, and any number of gases could be used for flotation, including oxygen and nitrogen, which are safe for human beings. The huge oxygen ball can let the hotel float on the cloud. And there are 3 anchors underneath for the hotel to stay. After a long voyage in space, you will arrive at your final destination, Venus Hotel. The entrance of the hotel is located on the 4th floor. After the docking carbon, you will get off of the Earth's spacecraft and arrive at the reception desk, where you will start your journey. You can check in first and look forward to living in there. Of course, the reception area and the observation are interconnected, and you can come to the outdoor observatory to breathe the air of Venus. Up to the 5th floor is the position of the hotel captain. The captain of cockpit will ensure that the hotel is sailing on the planned route. You can ready for 50 hours of day and 50 hours of night. Then we get down, you will come to the restaurant and the airship station. The restaurant is set up with huge windows, so you can enjoy the beauty of Venus during your meal. If you want to start flying quickly, you can jump off by putting on the aircraft and on the same floor. The next level will be your room with a huge shared space in the middle here, and rooms on both sides. Here is the bedroom they'll live in. The half closed and half open design. Here is the glass, and beside is closed. Allows you to adapt the journey of Venus, because you need to have 50 hours daylight and 50 hours of night. You can keep the same sleep time on Earth, or you can sleep in the clouds of Venus during the day. Below is swimming pool and gym room. Let's run and swim in the clouds together. That will be a very special experience. In addition to this space, the vertical traffic space here also cannot be ignored. Let's travel through it and experience the unique fun. It's better to look at the photo actually there. Here is where you enter from the docking carbon, representing the beginning of your journey. If you want to feel the Venus for the first time, just get out from there. The docking carbon is designed to be retractable. When it is about to welcome visitors, it will extend out of the carbon, and it will stay in the carbon when there is no visitor. This will be a moment of people to enter the hotel. I think this is a very memorable moment. After entering from the dark cavern is the reception and observatory. I hope that there is an outdoor platform that can let people feel the air and clouds of Venus. Standing on a platform, looking at the starry sky is an experience that you can't get on any planet. Okay. Venus is a planet which name is taken from Venus, the Roman god of love and beauty, because surface features on Venus, for example, mountains, plains, and craters are all named after women or goddess of various cultures. And I'm interested in the story of them, so I take a look on Venus first. And this is the reason why I chose Venus. I found that Venus is really a romantic planet except its climate. On its surface. So I want to provide a romantic experience for people who visit this hotel. I render a moment that two strangers meeting each other in the corridor connecting the bedroom and the public space. I believe that every fragment in this Venus hotel will be as romantic as this moment. And this is my Venus hotel design. Hope you all enjoy. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, can we put
Can you keep sharing your work?
Okay.
I think it's a really nice project. Like, well done. It's really good render. And I'm from Macau as well, by the way. Yeah, really love your project, and then I think it's really well developed, and then love the rendering. I think you perhaps could do more of this kind of rendering.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe you can do like
I
one
love-
of the interior view that is like how you're looking outside to the space.
Mm.
Yeah, but really like this style, like well done.
I want to have some romantic feel and maybe like a movie. Yeah.
Yeah, you perhaps can set up like a really like a cinematic view that is like inside the port, looking outside to the space, like with this kind of like really orange-ish atmosphere, and then looking at the sunset. And yeah, but I think you're getting close. Yeah.
Thank you. First time when I start this project, I want to put my hotel on the surface of Venus, and I have some research on Venus, and I found that it is very hard to live on Venus because it's very hot. It's the hottest planet in solar system. But when you go to the 50 kilometers above the surface, you can have a same temperature and oxygen like Earth. So, but you are in the above 50 kilometers. So I think people can have a special experience because there are very there are many clouds on there, but you don't need to wear any device or clothes to protect you. You can really live in the cloud. So I think it's a very special experience compared to on the surface, and it is very hard to let people survive on the surface. So I finally have this decision. Yeah. Yeah. I want to say that this run, the people here didn't wear any device except except her hair, because maybe they need some oxygen. Yeah, and you can keep going. Yeah, and then they may want to diet, so they will go to restaurant, and they can get down and enter their bedroom for rest. Maybe bedroom is in the middle of the hotel. This area is common space, and the area surrounded is bedroom. Yeah. And when they take a rest in bedroom and they want to have some special activities on Venus, they can go to the airship station here, and they can jump like here, and they can slide on the clouds. Just have fun on Venus. Yeah. And they can also have some activities in swimming pool or gym room. And I decided this 跑道怎么讲 this road for them to runway for them, and they can run in the cloud. And I think I really want to have this experience, so I decide this space.
Can you have a quick run? I mean, like, just go back to the first page and then just quickly just go to page by page from top, first to bottom. Or actually, just go back to like outside where I can see the whole. Yeah. Just go with
this.
Just scroll to the side, the content. Yeah, just scroll down.
Side background.
Yeah, just keep scrolling that. Okay.
I really like it. I have a question though. Are all of your spaces exterior?
Oh, thank you. I really want to design, but I need more time.
Yeah. I think he's asking. I think Alan's asking: is all your space exterior? Is there any internal or just exterior? Is it all your space in the hotel exterior outside? Is there any inside space?
Half and half. Half and half.
Half and half. Can you go back to the drawing, please?
Here.
Yes, please. And blush resection, oxygen, bell cockpit perception. Bedroom. Okay, so the bedrooms are interior, and everything else is exterior.
Yeah, not every space is exterior.
I quite like that though, because your whole vacation hotel is about experiencing, you know, like floating through the clouds, being outside, and I like the fact that you've kind of left the interior of the spaces to a very small minimum, which is just the bedroom, maybe, and maybe the restaurant, and everything else is exterior. Could you take us through your thinking a little bit more about how come the design looks so intricate the way that it does? Because from a distance, if I look at it from here and I close one eye, if you told me that it was a screw, I'd have believed you. But it's very intricate, the design, and I want to know more about how come you designed it the way that you've designed it. Yeah, any references?
Sorry, my internet is. Can you?
Sure.
Can you repeat again?
The design is really. It's not like something I've seen before. Can you explain to me how you put the spaces together and why the design looks the way that it does? Maybe you use some references.
Yiyu, do you have your previous like progress to guide everyone how you come up to this layout? But actually, you did a lot of research and like prototypes and then all the space arrangement, circulation and stuff. Because you didn't put the previous. Do you have?
I will walk. Oh, my internet is not good. Maybe I use other device. Sorry.
It's like a really interesting design. Like if you look at it sideways as well, or like upside down.
Oh.
Will she read?
I can hear you now. How I first decide this space separately, and then I want to combine them in a like a experience 体验片段，就是觉得想把每个体验的片段串在一起的那种。
Okay, so maybe I help her to explain her internet. Basically, the whole design was based on a vertical circulation. This building core, and it haven't finished. Supposed to be linked to a balloon upwards, a big balloon upwards to provide this force to make this building hand about 50,000 kilometers distance, and there should be cables coming down to stabilize this hotel doesn't fly around. So after that, then this vertical core also creates this kind of circulation to all these pocket spaces next to it. Then after she organizes the circulation and program, she just add details to this openness and opaque and solid different proportions, and add structure layers and MEP and the circulation layers, and more and more detail after, because small scale project. So we're on purpose so that she can develop the detail enough so that it looks very intricate, and to make this kind of a futuristic and sci-fi style project.
Which yeah.
I got some comments. Yeah, great idea and great great presentation, great model. Everything is very nice, to be honest. Only thing I find it, I think something is missing in the presentation. I believe you already have it. Is that you like? I was here during your midterm midterm quit. You talk about you really want your hotel to capture the essence of like being harmonic on heaven, cloud, and all the space, right? On the next page of this, where you talk about like this cloud or the what do you call it, the harmonic lighting, like heaven lighting, something like that. So, but right after this, it jumps straight to your design model. Then that's where I find there's link broken, because also as Alan saying that he's actually interested about how this design, how what influences you, where the stage that makes all this. I think because it feels like I'm looking at, what do you call it? I'm looking at a very, very nice monument, and not a monument, but I'm looking at a very nice final product. But I really want to see what's the process that makes into this product. The thing is, like, maybe, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I just imagine space, what I want people to experience, and I decide the single space, and then I make them combine them together, maybe by the stairs and the elevators and the
Yi, do you want to share your previous slides? In tutorial, your PPT, you showed a lot of diagrams. They want to see that because it's missing in this presentation. Maybe the previous 2 or 3 tutorial slides after the interior.
I just think about how people get to this hotel, and so I designed cover, and then also I think that this hotel is floating on the 50 kilometers above the surface, so it might be someone to be the captain. So I decide these 2 space, and then I want to follow the prototype of this, like a C this prototype, but in maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think that the space like not 这个形的英语怎么讲啊？就是
shape，
它是一个梯形。
Do you want to share this maybe quickly just show them these the previous PPT you show in the tutorial, so that they know how you get from here. Like for example, your interior diagrams, then how you develop from the diagram, from blocks and spaces, and more detail.
It's too early.
Yeah, they want to see your.
Wait, I found. I can find my PPT. Just need some.
You know what I realized? I just thought about that. You know what I find very interesting? That page number 10, wherein you show like reception and all that. It looks like it's like an IKEA instruction booklet. Or if anyone here know what Gundam is, or just constructing like toys and models, putting things together, all this very complicated and detailed, well-shaped, well-designed thing components putting together. I think that like it's very exciting. That's why it really drawn my attention. Really wanted to know like what's the backstory with it. I think with even a very quick quick info you can add between.
I found the
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I will find my previous PPT. Just wait a minute.
I'll just scrape it out. So even between page 8 and page 10, you can add just a silhouette of your building. Because also Tony also like talk about what your building is supposed to have like a balloon on top and the wire dangling, right? Make it very small from a far distant looking, and you're looking at Mercury, you just have a silhouette of your building floating on 50 kilometers. I think just that already have repaired a certain length of being floaty on that level of harmonic or cloud like concept, like why you gets to there.
Actually, I use a very traditional way. I just plan the area of the space and put them in put them in a box, and then I follow the box. I found some shape that I feel comfortable, and then the most thing I consider is what people can have special experience here. So this is my design way, and I will add a lot of detail. And this is the progress, and this is the work. Like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, I just decide the plan of each floor and put them like combine them together, or and then I add a lot of detail like
Oh, okay, I see.
But maybe
I think you've done. Sorry, up to you.
From this step to my final project, maybe I miss a lot of process that I can show, because I just keep modeling and keep modeling.
I think you actually done the work, and then in your presentation you should include those progress work, like the second page, that actually show how you rationalize the geometry of your design and your initial research. I would actually recommend to put everything on one page, so that just before you present your actual design, so that you can actually people understand what's your decision making, why you come up with this geometry.
especially when you're talking about how people arrived at your building and where did it get to, you just simple arrow pointing stuff from here to all the flows of space, the flows of movement from one point to the other will help. Like to be honest, even if I find that your building is like it looks very well resolved, that's why I'm not gonna criticize on like, oh, is this gonna work? Is this gonna buildable? All that, like I don't care. And to be honest, I find the potential of certain component can be extract and combined in another way, or this thing can be repeated in another part of your planet, floating around part with in different form, although the components are same, but the composition can be different. Maybe the research is in below. Wow, so the experience will be different. I mean, I'm not telling you have to do it in this presentation. I think it's enough what you did. You just need to add whatever you did back in here because you're missing it. But in the potential of expanding this with your project, that's what can be done, or variation, composition, and all that. And also, you mentioned about harmonic, and it would be great because you already have the model, and you don't need to add any more to the model, to be honest. But you should capture more views, scene, and random moment, just to push your harmonic direction more, to get the feel of it. Especially eye level on you being on, like for example, page 12. On page 12, that little figure, that hat should be the camera of viewpoint.
I try to get in.
Right. I'm hearing echo actually.
How can I switch this?
Mute one of your devices.
Mute one of the.
Because I can.
把你的电脑静音，然后手机开开就可以了。
哦，我看到了。Okay.
Holy.
You can say. You can keep going.
Yeah. You already have the model. I don't think you can do more. I don't think you need to do more. Just more views, more captured, more rendered, just to push your harmonic, the feeling, capture the essence of heaven, like, and all that.
Yeah.
易宇能听到吗？
我现在能听到了。我刚刚
OK， 那个，我觉得你最终的细节表达是没有问题的，就是包括风格化，就是我们之前上课提到的那些要求，我感觉是。就是你最终成果是有那种感觉了，但是我觉得其他的 tutor 的意见，因为你这个空间它不是像传统的建筑，你比如你的大厅，从你的大堂就是客人过来办 check in， 然后再去其他的空间，它是一层一层，然后非常有序列的往下去进行。那你这个空间它其实更符合，就是更复杂一点。那我觉得你主要是你表达的问题啊，就是刚才有位导师说过，就说你可以把那些小场景或者室内场景多渲染几张，并且你要给他一个 order， 就是去排序，让别人知道啊，就是我刚开始我是怎么过来，比如你那个11页，我坐飞船过来，然后我进入这个空间之后，他可能需要进行一个加压或者减压，然后达到一个跟室内平衡的一个状态。然后再进到一个什么大厅，这个大厅可能是办理入住手续，然后怎么样再去到一个公共空间，然后再去到你的就是你的那个 bedroom 或者是你的那个 room，然后那这只是完成了就说一个酒店非常就是 common 的一个功能，对吧？那你的核心体验就是你前面的那个提到的那个 concept， 就是说是。在天堂或者是在云里面怎么样去感受，就是这些东西，那就是说要关乎到你的基本功能和你建筑特殊功能，比如你的那个 airship， 还有一些露台啊，或者是那种空间，就是你得把这些空间就是用一种空间序列的方式去把它表达出来，然后这样才能说让观众在你这样就是比较复杂性的一种空间组合和设计关系的时候，看懂这样的一种就是你的一个设计原理和对，因为你现在这2张图和后面的那3张渲染图不足以让大家就说一下能明白你这个流线是怎么样组织的，然 然后空间关系是什么样的关系，为什么这样组合，对吧？所以刚才 Tony 老师说，一直说让你把之前的那个 PPT 打开，就是说，因为我们之前一直是在讨论这个事情嘛，就是说，你怎么样，就是你的这个怎么样飞船对接，然后怎么样去到哪一层，然后它的一个关系，其实之前有讨论过，但是你在今天的 final 里面，我觉得是在这一方面，就是优点我先不说了，就是大家都有共识的，然后就包括我和 Tony 还有 David， 其实感受是更深一点的。但是就是说你表达上面可能有些欠缺，但是我觉得你的作品完成度是非常高的。
好
，OK，
我了解了。
OK，
谢谢。
Any other tutors or audience want to share their opinions or comments?
Yeah, maybe I will add something.
Yes, please.
So your this space is they have gravity, right? So you rely on something on the top to pull this structure to keep this this thing floating in the space, but you need to show it out. And another thing is like the configuration is quite complicated to me. So they have this. Let me just draw this. So they have this central spine here, and then they have some other circulations here. So if you want to think deeper, so this project remind me some the space station, right? The space station, they have this carriage. They have this carriage, and they connect to this, and they connect to this, and they connect to this, and so this is easier for like when we have a rocket from the Earth and then shoot to the Mars. The Venus, and then and then they connect it on the space, not requiring any additional work. So what you could do is you keep this central spine and do something like the capsule hotel in Japan, right? So we have this central spine, and then we have different capsule of different space that plug into this central spine. And the last point is I don't see why you have the stair here. Why don't you have like an elevator? The stairs.
Elevators.
Yeah,
in
so
the back.
yeah, I know you have elevators, but the stair seems not very necessary. You can just, if you can fly, you can just fly out and travel as well. I think you can totally do so because they have atmosphere, right? So you bring out your wings and you just fly up. And I think in Titan, the one of another moon of the Saturn, right? So you only need a wing to fly. Because the atmosphere is so dense, and it's not like the Earth. You can it's hard for human to fly, but to the atmosphere so dense, you can just fly so easily, and you don't need to you don't need to travel like in a very limited way, like the space station. The space station, you have to squeeze in the very top tunnel and you get to other space. But in Venus, you can open your mind. Yeah, that's all my comment. All right.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
I have a comment. Actually, I have two. First off, I love your project. It came out really good. I'm glad to have been part of the studio to actually see how this evolved. You came a really long way. It looks great. Just a person who came into mind, architect that this your building reminds me of is Neil Denari. I can type the name of that in the Zoom chat, but he's a Los Angeles architect who has kind of like similar design language. So I think maybe you can look at him if you like the design language that you developed here. And also, if you just go back to your renders, this is like a quick like visual thing for your renders. Just one of them. Like yeah, that's perfect. So your renders look great. I just think one thing that this is like a really small thing you can do in your renderability. I think your depth of field is too intense, because right now the depth of field is making it seem as if your hotel is very small. As if like on a macro lens, like almost like if you were like to get like a small figure and like put on top of a table, if you were to take a photo that way, that's what it would look like with the depth of field. So I'd say either if you want to keep that depth of field look, either you zoom out to justify that smallness, or you can just kind of decrease the depth of field view. But if you like how that looks, that's why I'm just like, if you're trying to make something a little bit more realistic, that kind of just makes your object look smaller. That's just a quick thing.
Oh, thank you. I understand.
But the render looks great. That's just like a really small technical thing.
Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, Jason. Hello. How are you?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Hello.
This is the only one I've heard from beginning to end. So I really like your project, and if you could go back to page 10, let's just have a few. I mean, first of all, like I really like this kind of like how detailed this diagram is. I mean, it's kind of like a Zembo manual sort of, but if the diagram could be more clear, if there's arrows and stuff, it'd be could be better. But also, I just really like the fact that you have this chamber sort of for the staircase, and this chamber and the staircase to me it almost looked like a screw and like an anchor. So I was just thinking, if in terms of like severe weather or things like that, if there's a way to move the oxygen move the oxygen chamber to the bottom, or like if the staircase is so rigid that it can be like it can be working as the thread of the screw, and just like drill to the terrain and just like hold this thing to the earth. I mean, to the soil, to the planet. I think that could be a very interesting moment where you have this staircase as a like a structural item for the hotel. Another small comment would be if you could distinguish the line weight of this drawing a little bit better, I think this could be like a very powerful diagram.
Yeah, I need to have more effort.
But yeah, overall, I think this is a very well executed project. I really like it.
Thank you. Thank you.
To wrap it up, I think I can summarize it in a sentence that you undersell your project because you have many missing steps. So it's more difficult for the audience to penetrate, to understand your project or the decisions you made along the way. So now it's time to, take on their comments and quickly do some diagrams to explain your design decisions, and it's about packaging your project. So
Okay.
for you, you have the research, you have the narrative, you have the site, and then you jump to the final product. So there are some missing steps. You just need to do them well.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
I need more photo to explain my design.
Yeah.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
EU is very brave in a way that she's taking on a new challenge in terms of learning a new software, learning, rendering, and doing architecture that's like using a different language that's completely different from her previous projects. So she's here learning new stuff. She's very brave. Just jump together with us and doing this and also be able to bring it to this level of resolution. It's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy
Good job,
the process.
Yi. Yeah. My last comment for your studio. Yeah. From the first tutorial, I asked this request. This is the last tutorial. Please add the balloon. Yeah.
Okay.
Please add the balloon. It won't float by itself. You need to respect the gravity.
Unless you have thrust at the bottom. I don't know.
Okay.
I always forget to add the balloon. Okay.
You could have like a beautiful render SG where it's kind of like it's like you can imagine it in the clouds and you can just kind of have like half of it kind of covered by the clouds and you just see it kind of emerging from the clouds with the balloon on there. It'd be a really nice render. It could be like a hero image.
Oh, I know. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you can stop sharing. And Faizan, are you ready? Are you there? Yeah.
Faizan. Hello.
Yeah. Make sure you have your audio or speaker in front of you, or the microphone in front of you. Yeah, as I was saying, I think ASCII and EU are very brave. We look at their portfolio. They're trying new stuff. They're experimenting new architecture language, new softwares, new ways of approaching a design project. And then I think they all come in with a level of research skills, which is very useful in this unit. But the second part is about the geometry, the design, and also the communication, the presentation skills. And for a project like this, the audience may not be well informed by the promotional video that we show in the beginning. And Faizan, I was waiting. I was just filling up the silence before you share your screen. So yeah. Okay, you can have the stage. But briefly introduce.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Faizan, can't hear you. Do you have the microphone working? Faizan.
You select the arrow of the microphone, you get to choose to select a microphone. You might be on the wrong microphone. So you have to change a bit to see which one is working. So a Milton doesn't work if your microphone is not right. or maybe something plugged in on your laptop.
Okay. Keep testing. But anyway, you see, in our studio, I think we second guess a lot, or not like second guessing, but we kind of need a lot of research to justify our proposals or the programs that we try to put forward. And as you can imagine, like, you know, these extreme environments, a lot of them are not very habitable, but we are trying to use the narrative device or some suspension of reality in order to put together a convincing proposal. That Faizan, are you sharing?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's clear.
Yes. Sorry. Like I forgot to I reduced the volume of my mic. I was.
Okay. It's okay.
Now is my screen visible, sir?
Waiting. Oh, yeah, I can see your cursor moving. I think you have the.
Yes. It's a black screen. Sorry. Now.
I remember your presentation.
Sorry. Wait.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes.
I'll stop.
So let me introduce myself. First, my name is Faizan Shirish. I'm from India. Currently, I'm studying fourth year of. Currently, I'm in fourth year, doing Bachelor of Architecture in Lovely Professional University. I have also done a diploma in civil engineering in Polytechnic College. Then now, like, I'm studying. So we were told to design a vacation hotel. So the idea that came to mind, like while doing this project, was like, why do we need a vacation? Like, what is a vacation? See. Vacation, we take vacation to increase mindfulness, to reduce stress, to improve our heart health, and even improve our sleep. Like from day to day life, like we have a stress. Like we want to reduce the stress. We want to have a really relaxing moment. And at some point in our childhood, we dreamt like. When we see Star Wars movies, any sci-fi movies, we always imagine that we want to go outer space, out of the Earth, and then explore the other planets. Now we have an opportunity to explore and go beyond. Like we can be a multi-planetary human beings. So this hotel is designed. Is designed in a manner like for the people who are traveling towards the universe, and people who want to have a short-term vacation, not only on Earth, but like they want a different experience. So the main idea is to create an experience which rejuvenates human health and well-being. It's like we have this modern day life, like we have a lot of stress, and we go to spa and everything. But this location of the planet is like a spa area. As the further I go, like I'll explain this. So first, let's know about the planet. And the planet is inside us. Why I chosen the planet is let me first explain about the planet. So the planet is 1.4 billion kilometers away from the sun, which is behind the Saturn. This planet is actually moon of the Saturn. As we go towards the Saturn, the rings which you are seeing around the Saturn, this planet feeds the rings of the Saturn, and then it takes 3.5 years. It takes 3.5 Earth years to fly by. Like we have to start our journey from the Earth, and then we have to take a gravitational pull from the sorry, I forgot the name of Venus. And then after that, we will take gravitational pull to go towards Saturn, because Jupiter has a lot of gravity force. And then after entering into the Saturn's gravitational area, and then we have to slowly decrease towards our planet. And then the temperature of the planet is like minus 120 degrees to minus 240 degrees. If you compare to Earth is like we have like maximum minus 88 degrees. Like even if the temperature drops to minus 2 degrees, like we started to shiver and we get cold. So this planet has extreme climate conditions. Why? The reason why is that the composition of the planet is water vapor, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and methane. So the basic, like if you see the Earth, we have like different layers of soil. Like we have dirt, we have dirt, rocks, and all. But this planet has only one small crust, and on the top, the layer we see is an ice crust. And then in between, like a sandwich, like there is an ocean in between of this planet. So this is a moon. So if you compare to a moon, this planet is very small. It is as wide as like Arizona. Like, and then if you compare to if we if you search for the areas of Earth, like for the prototyping and everything, like we can see that Greenland and East Antarctica are having the same climatic conditions, like the snow, the ice, and the temperature. So the location I have chosen for the site is Tiger Stripes, because this stripes has a one secret feature. Like in the earlier I said that the sparse feature, like the feature is that it has a plumes, where the plumes is like water vapor. These are like cryovolcano. These are in a way like we have normal volcano with fire and all, but this is like a volcano made from the water itself. So if you observe this image, like we can see that the plumes are coming towards the Saturn ring from the ocean itself. So this gives us this planet gives us the opportunity to there is opportunity that there is a living organism can be created, because in Earth we find living organisms around these geysers. So similarly, this planet has the same significance. So about the plumes, these plumes go up to 200 kilometer high, and these ridges are like 130 kilometer apart. Sorry, it's not a high, it's apart, and 2 kilometer wide and 500 kilometer deep. Not 500 meters. Sorry, sir. And next, the hotel, the narration. The basic idea is a hotel to build a hotel sitting on a cryovolcanic plumes. And these plumes will power the hotel and the joy of the people. The hotel designed with the goal to create a place to soothe the mind and body and soul of a human. So the inspiration was for the form is from a tree. Like we sit below the trees to enjoy nature and everything. So as you first enter the planet, you will see that this tower kind of a structure, like which is sitting above like 60 kilometer high. And as you enter, like you will have a door and the base. From the base, you go towards the hotel, which is on the top of 50 meters. As you can see, the lift is moving up, and as you move up, there will be an airlock chamber where the air will be divided. And sorry for my renders, like I had a small issue with my laptop. And then after you enter the hotel, after you enter the airlock, you will enter towards the reception, where you will see the plumes which is coming from the hotel, inside the hotel, and then you can check in and you can go towards your room. As you walk towards your room, you will see the outside of the surroundings and the sky. Outside of the sky, and then and then after you check in, after you settle down in your rooms, you can have a nice hot bath in the bath area, like the bath area, which gives a views towards the Saturn and the surroundings, and then even the pools itself. So this is the elevation. here the section. So the overall circulation is like bottom to up. From this bottom base area, the lift will be going up towards this airlock chamber. I'll show the detail. Yes, airlock chamber. From that, there will be ramps which will be, which from which people will be going towards the reception area. After the division of the ramps, the walls are like the cover will be processed, and then after the reception, people can do their own activities. So the basic the services idea is that the plumes, these are having a water vapor and everything. We can convert this water vapor, and we can even tug the water from the ocean, and then we can use this water as a small turbine electricity generator. The base will be consist of pipes and services, and even small entry pods, and from that the overall division of the internal pipes, the circulation will be done. Like the turbine will divide the plumes towards like for the oxygen generator and heat exchange. Like in ISS space station, they use water. The water circulates around the space station, which creates heat, and then like hot water creates a heat, and then even the oxygen, so that this can be powered. And then here this is the basic conceptual plan from the level of the and sorry, I forgot to tell. Like there are like 4 levels. The bottom level, the first level will be airlock. The second level will be reception. Sorry, 3 levels only. And then 4th level will be of recreation area, where the bath, thematic room, spa, restaurant will be there. So in the L2. In the L2, you'll have the reception lobby, recreation rooms, like the storage and everything, cafe, bath, heater, and the division will be done. And then after that, you'll have another level. People can go to this level by elevators. And then, and then the bath, and then people can go to different activities and enjoy. That's all right. Thank you for watching this presentation. Hello. Hello, sir.
Can you put your PowerPoint?
Yes. Sorry. Now. Yes, sir.
I want to invite Leyland to share his comments first, because Enceladus is his favorite satellite.
yeah, it's a very intriguing little moon. So can I see how this will stand on this? Where is this building located? Is it on top of the ice or?
Yes, sir. Sorry. Continue, sir.
Yeah, tiger stripes. Yeah, I didn't get how this building is. It looks quite narrow down, because how do you keep it in balance?
No, sir. The thing is that between these ridges, these mountains, there's a 2 kilometer wide differences there. So the hotel will be sitting in between these ridges. As you can see, like here is the mountains, and then here the ice crust, and then the plumes cracks are over here. Like, the hotel will be sitting, and then there will be a base. Like the overall base will be, acting as a support for this hotel. Like if you come to this image.
Yeah, overall, I think the form is great. So you got your your central spine, which is the plume come out, and I think it works as a generator of the water, and then you convert it into oxygen and hydrogen, and oxygen for both of them can be fuel and also for the humans to sustain, right? So
Yes.
I think that's a very good concept. Right, I see it. It's like a needle,
Yes, sir.
yeah, inserted.
Yes,
right?
sir. Like the idea is that we have like very low gravity here, like 0.11 meters per second. So the structure will be supported with these ways like this. Like overall system will be done. Overall the structure will be standing in a centrifugal manner. The column is raised like this, and then for the top parts, like the heavy parts of the ropes will be attached to this area. And then these, like the beams, divided towards this for the column itself.
Yeah, that's
like
very
you
nice.
can see, yes. Like the overall central area will be only having the core structural elements like beams, columns, and then some parts will be divided among the other areas.
Great.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate this project. I think your basic problems are addressed. So I think it has a strong reason. You have this form, and the way you have this central pipe that introduced the water through. I think it's doing right thing. And one thing that I want to see is how do you want to bring people out, or you just let people swim
Yes, sir.
inside the inside the swimming pool?
No,
Right?
sir.
So,
No, sir. Like there are different areas like cinematics and the small issue that the renders, the video was not working because the file got like around 800 MB. Due to that, I wasn't able to produce the renders. So like there are like different areas like people some. Sorry, sir. People like if they go outside, like that the temperature is like minus 60 or even minus 90 degrees Celsius. Like a person can he can stand like outside like for the repairs and all, but the overall working will be done inside the water. Like for the exploring of the plant and all, like they can go, but for that they have to go to the base itself. They have to come towards the base, and then here they can take their own vehicle, and then they can go outside, the suits and everything.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's good. It's good. One thing, just a minor suggestion. So, like this building, this material, right? So it all needs to bring it from other place. So we may try to consider to use like a local material. Maybe we have this water, right? So let me just draw.
Yes.
So first you just construct this. You make you just build this thing, and then you have couple robots and to have the heat source to collect the water and melt into the shape, and you use the heat source to carve inside. So this building becomes like a ice plate. It could also be a good concept, because you're using the using the local material. You don't have to bring material from outside, right?
Yes, sir. There is like one construction system where they use ice and then pipecrete. They mix overall this structure like into a they form it into a cement like a concrete kind of a thing. But I thought like here I could use like some metal, and then or like outer of the structure could be done with the ice, because as the time goes, like the overall structure will be covered with the ice. Like this could be a nice advantage to have a nice thermalization. It's like an igloo, like we find domes in the Antarctic area.
Yeah. Yeah. I just bring something out. It's okay. I think everything is pretty good. I like it. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hello.
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 Any other comments?
Can you ever scroll up on the content again? I want to see some other pages.
From the starting.
No, it's okay. Just scroll this content. It's fine. Go down. Keep going. A little bit slowly. Keep going. Go. Oh yeah, that's nice actually. Right. I think it's a good flow, by the way. Your presentation, step by step. Keep going.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, page 15. When you reach page 15, I was a bit confused with this view. I didn't know that, okay, until you said that actually you're talking about the base, which is with the elevator in the center. I think you should add a border up on the image on the right, which is an elevator, or shrink it a little bit. So, because
sorry,
I thought it was one image in one space. That's why I was kind of confused. That wait, am I looking at another structure on a on an elevator? What's the two structures? So this part confused me a little until I realized it's actually two separate images.
Okay, sir.
And keep going down. No, it's fine. Sorry. Keep going down. Yeah, I love 16 actually. Such a nice pattern. In terms of design, I have 2 points. So reception, can you go? What's the page before reception? So the big go up. So I keep going up. I want to just close the render. Keep going. No, keep going up. Keep going. Okay. I feel like 16 and 17. I feel like in terms of pattern design, I feel like the 16 should be somehow repeat inside 17. I'm not sure like if it's the same area or something. Because I find it exciting on 16, except also in the elevation. But when you go into like this kind of internal view, I feel like this energy is a little bit lost. Not much, but a little bit. I feel like it can be repeated. It's just because I feel like it's exciting outside, it should somehow be exciting inside as well. Maybe this pattern can be on the floor or repeat on the wall alongside. I don't know, but
yes, sir. The issue is that my video was not working because I just exported this viewport. I added like the floor area, everything has like small details, like lights, the division of the surfaces and the lights has been done. But the render was not working. It was crashing my laptop.
Okay. I think the level of detail you have in the model, probably it's going to crash your laptop. Okay, second point, I think add on a little bit on Litland. So about how the water or when the water shoots up, it becomes ice or
no. It becomes ice at the Saturn, like when they reach the Saturn. It's yes, sir, they become ice. Like, but what we are doing here is like we are collecting these flows from the internal itself, like from the starting point. Like this pipe will be dug into a ocean up to the ocean level. Here up to this bottom level.
Yeah.
From
in this field, where's your building again?
Here, this circular.
Sorry, the one on the right. The image on the right. Yeah.
This one.
It's in here. Where's your building?
It's in the center. It's like the small this part. Because these go up to 500 meters center high.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Since like usually in architecture design, like one challenge is about like you designing a certain thing that it should influence the site or somehow the site influence your design or how this form of architecture can be linked with the whatever the site is. But because it's a space, it's a little bit difficult. But also it's an opportunity for you to stand out. I feel like there should be more linking with. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like that puncher water pipe, water shoots up towards your building. It's good. Maybe I think there's a potential to have the interaction more with the water. Maybe part of your building can actually just penetrate downward to this ocean. In terms of, like, again, it's a vacation hotel. There's a big sea right below the earth. Sorry, not the earth, right below this ground. What happens if, like, I mean, even on Earth, like on our place, there are many. There are some hotels which are situated under sea level to see, like, what is the view under the ocean. So, like, why not? Maybe part of the bottom of your thing can repeat itself or somehow just penetrate all the way to the bottom.
Yes.
Just to bring more little relation. The experience is more fast, more diverse, I'll say.
Yes. No, sir. Because here, like, I have divided the areas, everything divided in a branch one. Like, there is a gap between each and every single part. And this central core, they will be having some protection. And the rest, like, these are like maybe they are safe.
Oh yeah, also this page trying to I also just have a slight confused when these two images collide together, or I thought it was like a chop off of your building.
Yes,
so maybe there should be a border or something, rather than like no border inside.
Sorry.
It's just minor presentation.
Yes, I should take it. Yes.
Can you go to the last page, the render, right?
This one is like old render.
It's what? Sorry.
This one is an old render. Like, this was the render of earlier stages.
Oh yeah, I didn't see the strips in that. But
yes,
I didn't notice, to be honest. I wouldn't notice.
Yes, because like, I rendered these images very record at the last moment. Even like to set up the environment was taking a lot of time. Like, even when I tried to import in the Blender, like everything is got crashed at the end. I don't know why it has done like that.
It's okay when you get to like almost final stage when things become more detailed and heavy, things start crashing. Just a minor comment. It's not about design. It's about presentation style. Try not to rush too much. I'm not sure like how much presenting experience you usually do. Just you can slow it down a little bit sometimes, because it gave me a little difficulty to follow you sometimes. But just so like it's chill. I think, to be honest, I find the thing like presenting towards the screen is less intense, less pressured by than presenting physically.
Yes.
Also, like, as I said, as I just mentioned about the last part, maybe like because we are talking internally also as a tutor. But if you are presenting to, let's say, like, I don't know, to a client or at school, when you present a final project, don't mention that was like the not your final model version, because I didn't notice. I thought it was just a version where the lights switch off. So like you don't have to mention that to me. You know?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, because I find it furnished anyway and convincing.
Okay, sir.
So if it work, just go along the gimmick. Thank you, though. It's a good presentation, good design.
Thank you, sir. Like, people, they say that like I talk very fast. Like, even tutors like David said, he used to slow me down while presenting. That's the issue. I should work on it.
It just practice makes perfect.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes just skip, like, again, like put some notes right next to you. To a certain point, you get each side, slow down, and all that. Yes. I'm not sure if you're presenting right off your heart or you're presenting right off the notes. So just add some bullet point on look sometimes might help you slow down a little bit. So, because it's also not too ideal to keep going backward in the present. Just let it flow. Unless, like, I think it's okay to go back to show something, but limit to like no more than 2 times, I would say.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
What do you model this with?
Software.
What software? Yeah. What software?
Rhino, sir.
Okay, no wonder you crash. Okay.
Like I tried doing in Blender, like even more, but I'm a beginner to do software, so like, like everything I done in the CAD and then I put it to Rhino. After that, I divided the surfaces.
So did you bring it into Blender as an OBJ?
Yes. I tried. The file has reached up to 700 MB. So Blender, like my laptop has very low RAM. That's like 8 GB. Due to that, it was not able to open.
Yeah, it's probably because it was really high poly count. That's probably what ended up happening.
Because in technical point, like Rhino is annoying in the point because again, Rhino is architecture software. They want to model like with the software itself. When they model stuff, they want to make sure like each part is as detailed as possible, as furnished as possible. That's why you can output good looking render, like smooth surface and all that. Even you create one square geometry, it's supposed to be just 2 polygons, 2 triangles together. But somehow Rhino sometimes will make it like one square can be consistent with like 100 polygon. I don't know why. There's just no point sometimes. So if you want to create complex model, you do that directly in Blender or Maya or C4D. Then you put it into Rhino rather than Rhino towards into Blender. Unless, because the software limitation is all about mainly about hardware compatibility. If you have a very good computer, it will work. No worry. Like Rhino to Cinema 4D, Rhino to Maya, Blender, or whatever, it will work. But if you have a limited compatibility, then you want to do this level of detail. Try to do it in those dedicated modeling software for like this kind of complexity, like Blender, Maya, and all that. Then you can put it in Rhino. It would be better, I would say.
Yes, like I'm learning this software right now. So
yeah, take your time.
If I spend more time working on it, then I will not be able to finish this project.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll let you know now. Like you can move on later on in trying.
Yes, sir.
Also, you might notice like the way you model stuff in Blender is very different to model in Rhino.
Yes, sir. Like when I was working on this one, like I had some difficulty dividing this up. Like, in Blender, like if you put edit mode, you will have vertices and everything. You can directly extrude from then add bevel and all. But in Rhino, this is not like possible. Even Subday, it was taking you so much time.
Also, by the way, I hated OBJ. Try to use FBX because sometimes FBX can contain the layers. If you saw the layer nicely in Rhino, you're very likely to contain because FBX contain the data of the model. Sometimes OBJ doesn't. For some reason, sometimes OBJ do contain the layers, but most time it doesn't. So everything will collapse into one, and then it was a pain for you to sort out the layer again.
I think these are useful workflow or tips to manage the complexity of doing 3D modeling.
Yes, sir.
I think you've done a great job.
Thank you, sir.
I can really see that you grow together with the unit. A lot of the I think it's great that you trust us, the tutors, and then you address a lot of our comments, and the result is showing a healthy level of complexity, I think. And then your design development has never stopped. Yes, it's always developing more deeply, which is very great, very enjoyable, a pleasure to be part of your project. Yeah, I think it's good. We can see if there's any other comments. I mean, we can always take it offline or do another call, and then we can go through some of the more detailed comments.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any other comments? Otherwise, Faizan, thank you. We can.
Thank you for watching the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. We have one more project. Tamsit, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Okay, I'll share my screen.
Take it away.
Okay, so my name is Tamjid. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, actually. I go to the University of Detroit Mercy. I'm currently a third year, actually 2 weeks into our third year, so exciting time. But my project is Outer Limit. The planet that I chose is Pluto. Outer Limit utilizes the conditions of Pluto to provide the most extreme skiing experience in the Milky Way galaxy, allowing for thrill seekers and outlaws to push the limits of their physicality and speed. Just a little bit on the region where we are at. Again, we're on Pluto, but specifically we're on Tombaug's Heart. Tombaug's Heart is this vast nitrogen ice desert on Pluto itself. Some scientists theorize that it originates from this large impact crater, which led to this constantly refilling ice cavity, ice desert. So basically, since you have this giant hole, it's constantly being refilled with ice, and that's how it stays relatively smooth. This is kind of a view of that kind of like contrast between the ruggedness of typical Pluto, which is filled with a lot of mountainous terrain, against the very smooth surface of Pluto itself. When I saw this, these images, I kind of looked into the area of Tombaug's Heart. It actually reminded me of a place on Earth that I'm familiar with. As being in Detroit, it's kind of like in our blood to be car enthusiasts or speed enthusiasts by nature. So it reminded me immediately of the Arizona Salt Flats, which is this region in America where we do a lot of speed record testing and a lot of extreme driving sports. So drawing from that kind of experience with speed and the terrain, Pluto itself, I'm proposing Pluto as a destination for speed, but instead of using vehicles, we could actually use our own bodies to achieve extreme speeds because of the conditions of Pluto allow for that. And I imagine my project being not just a singular element of an event, but rather just one part of the infrastructure system of an event of speed, an event for people to go crazy. Almost maybe we have the Olympics right here, but almost imagining where it's like a festival of speed on Pluto, where people who are obsessed with this idea of going fast come to visit and test their limit. So here are just some quick characteristics that of Pluto itself that help to allow for this quality of speed. What's it called? You can reach extreme heights on Pluto. Like this is, I'm sorry, but this isn't imperial just because I'm in the US. I just realized that you guys work in metric, but this is 25 feet. You can jump 25 feet in the air in Pluto easily without having any problems. 100 pounds equals 8 pounds in Pluto. And just as another point of how cold it is, which kind of ties back into the winter sports, liquid nitrogen naturally occurs on Pluto. So the temperature of Pluto is negative 367 degrees Fahrenheit. So very cold place. And right here, based on some of these kind of just parameters right here, you can kind of start to see some of the reasons why I've done the design decisions I have. But before I dive more into the current design, I just want to quickly go over the evolution of what happened. So as you can see with all the images, this idea of a ramp or a sled was kind of embedded in the project since the very beginning. As you can see, it evolved a lot since I progressed. Initially, almost starting as a roof, then the mass getting cut out of it until it became more of a bobsled ramp that it is today. And also formally starting off as a pyramid and then ending up as an inverted pyramid to kind of emphasize the low gravity of Pluto itself. These are some orthographics of the drawings. As you can see, there's some symmetry in this plan. I kind of draw it from really early on. I really had this idea of like the Pluto being a planet for outlaws. So some of the forms actually derive from like a horse in a way. So you kind of have the program volumes, which kind of act as saddlebags connected to the main volume. And then you have this top portion head body basically, which kind of acts as an exhibition space and kind of the main gathering space of the project. And you can kind of start to see how that bobsled ramp kind of slithers through the project around the program boxes. Again, you kind of get the idea of symmetry and the organicness of it all. The kind of like towards when I switched from pyramid to inverted pyramid, I kind of wanted to derive almost this feeling as if it's a bird, and you kind of have the wings and you have the head popping out in a way. And I think one tutor's mentioned it with EU's project about not Toyota, my bad. About the capsule hotel. I kind of derived some of that from there, that we have this kind of central elevator that acts as a spine that connects out to the rest of the program volumes. Since the gravity on Pluto is so low, there isn't really any reason to have a stair, so we just kind of implemented these elevators to do the work of vertical circulation. This is a view from the back. And these are just kind of like simple diagrams to kind of explain how everything works. It's exhibition at the top, hotel, restaurant, MEP. And you can see with the pipes, the MEP from the bottom starts to connect all other rooms, kind of in a similar to Centre Pompidou. And then again, the vertical and horizontal circulation are done in a very simple format. The building's kind of diagrammatic in a way. This is the view from that interior exhibition space. So you can kind of see it's almost like this place of gathering for people to kind of watch the event. We have some holographic projections to see like previous winners in races. And also we kind of have, because of the nature of the building being tilted, you kind of have this view into the actual ramp itself. And just, I think you'd be able to just to see people zooming past. And then we're back to this render again. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do more interior images. I wanted to do more, but that's what I have now. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. We'll just wait a bit for the tutors to gather their comments.
Right, absorb it all.
Okay, I can go first, maybe.
Yes, please.
I actually quite like the language of it. I'm just wondering. So when you mention the experience of speed, is it through skiing that you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, and like, is it faster like to do that on Pluto, or like how is it different to compare to Earth, for example?
Yeah, so the speeds you'd be able to achieve on Pluto will be much higher. There's something I forgot to mention, but the ramp also has, since liquid nitrogen naturally occurs on Pluto. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the Hyperloop.
Yeah.
A maglev train. Maglev would be able to just be implemented pretty easily on Pluto just because of the conditions up there. So that ramp itself kind of just has a maglev portion on there. So these bobsledders, people skiing would just be able to accelerate extremely quickly down these ramps. And another thing is you can see these mountains in the background. I imagine that people visiting this hotel would also go to these mountains, and they'd be able to take up slopes and jump from really high places, like almost 1,000 feet, without having any worries of injury. So it's experiences that wouldn't be possible on Earth at all. So I'd say like it's almost as if you were turning yourself into a vehicle, like the experience you're getting on Pluto compared to Earth.
Okay, that sounds fun. Also a bit scary. Okay. Well, I think project looks great. I wasn't in your first crit before, so I probably need more time to get my head around your project. But I think the premise of the project is interesting. The experience of speed. I would actually like to see more of those, experience or images that, showing how this event is going to be taking place on
right, 100%. Like what's it called? I had an image like that I kind of had set where you'd be able to look in the hotel room and see someone going down with the sled.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just because of time constraints.
No, it's fine. It's fine. And also, I'm just keep imagining, this to be almost like, those like Grand Prix, like Formula One Grand Prix stadium, where they have like suite and everything, that actually the whole complex is designed for visitors to come and see the sports and to try it out and all that. So in a way, I think it would be amazing if the whole complex, the whole infrastructure is for people to come and to sort of experience the speed. And for the speed, it's not just about the imagery. It's not just about the visual of the speed, but also about, for example, like the sound of it. What do you hear when the skier actually pass through one of those slopes? What kind of sound would it generate? So I think that would be quite interesting. And also, the slope of it. Like I saw that some parts of your ramps, they have a different slope as opposed to some are flatter, some are more steeper. So I'm just wondering, like, does that also change? Yeah, exactly. So does that also change maybe the speed of it?
Yeah,
and enhance the experience of the sort of skiing as well.
Yeah, I'd say the way that I designed this ramp was actually optimizing speed. Because the first initial ones were actually, they didn't really work that well to get speed up. So it was kind of just the optimization to kind of create a ramp that was more, that generated more speed. Because there's obviously the first initial one doesn't do much for speed. It's just a simple ramp. Then you kind of have the first two, the next three, which kind of do the same thing. And it wasn't until later that I got into this idea of the more of like the bobsled kind of more, instead of it just being like this one large surface, it can kind of be more like a tube type thing. And it's where I think it kind of pushed. And I think that's where I feel like that's a lot more successful than the previous attempt. So I think it brings a lot more, it's more successful physically in terms of generating speed. And also I think visually, I think it looks a bit more quicker.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Herman, I see you're thinking.
Because I'm still thinking. I know it's not necessary, but I still think that I'm gonna fly out when I'm skiing at Japan. I think it's just minor research we've solved it. So I feel like, I don't know. Okay, I mean, okay, before that, first thing, you certainly need more, because your whole activity is about skiing. So those moments, those render of shots should be more focused on, you should include more like of your eye level view while you're on the track, on the skiing track. Because or else the focus will be lack of, because you're actually promoting this thing. The main activity is the skiing part, and you should include all those. Because also I from the develop because I was with you on the midterm grid, I really like how this changed. Also, you show the model how the whole form and shape develop into this part. I actually very like it, and the energy and all the uniqueness is more than rather than just a flat big ramp. I quite like this. A bit like the Sahara drawing, the Sahara painting of the peak, right? Yeah.
I'm just thinking, because like your building is about speed, and from a physical point of view, you experience everything basically in speed, in quite a fast speed, and therefore the image that you see when you are actually going in a rather high speed, it will be quite different. For example, like on the road, when you have this signage that actually painted on the road, the character, it will be a bit longer. It will be like elongated, because when you speeding across the road, you need more time to look at the fonts, and therefore the font size and everything change a bit because of the speed. And I'm just wondering, since your architecture is all about speed, maybe some parts of the building can also accommodate that as well. So imagine if you're like skiing down the ramps, and you can only see the message when you are at a certain speed. I think that would be quite interesting. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here. Like not just take it too seriously.
There was a diagram where you just show you mentioned it's a very simple arrow, just show the movement. Yeah.
I've got a question about the interior spaces. So we've touched quite a lot about the exterior, and I have a very odd question. So when it comes to the quality of the interior spaces, would I be right in saying that the atmosphere would be the exact same on the inside as it would be on the outside, i.e. with regards to gravity and acceleration?
Yeah, I'm what's it called? I was kind of opposed to having artificial gravity. If you look at the section, actually, this section right here, I'm kind of utilizing that lack of gravity to avoid the need for stairs. Actually,
yeah, I thought so, because I heard that, which I thought was really interesting, because like hypothetically, you don't need staircases; you can just jump from one level to another, right? But then and I don't ask me why this question has come up, but if I decided to throw a chair at someone, I could throw a chair like the other side of the room really, really fast. So I wanted to know what your thoughts are with regards to using the envelope of the building to then formulate some of the interior spaces, like where the wall becomes the chair, becomes the table, becomes the floor again. What are your thoughts on how did you envision, if you was to keep going with this project, the development of the interior spaces would look like?
Yeah, that's actually a really great question, because honestly, that's the development of interior, I think, is the thing where I'm lacking the most, honestly. I kind of imagine, because right now it's kind of, except for that main central space, the rest of the interiors are kind of, typical. I think that comment of floor becoming wall, becoming, chair, I think it's really interesting. So I think that's something I could dive into as I push this project further.
Function follow form, form follow function is neither way anyway. You can use any approach.
Yeah,
if you get stuck on how to formulate those internal spaces, not being, because again, the whole idea of the whole theme of your design is about I mean, the eye-catching thing is the speed part, the energy, the speed, the never-stopping ideas. You can actually just repeat those off like a track in the internal space, and then use that how this kind of modular room or whatever can be reformulate into this to contain the same level of energy and the speed. Just we keep just don't let this speed stop. Don't let this energy stop.
But now that you said that, it becomes really interesting. So I don't know why, but I've just envisioned a mega long space, like a gigantic space, where normally it would be unthinkable to say, to expect you to walk 100 meters or 200 meters or 500 meters to get to, XYZ programs. But depending on how you design those interior spaces, with reference to gravity or artificial gravity, you could walk from one space to another just as we walk from bedroom to bedroom. But then if you wanted to have access to something that was really far away, it would only realistically be a couple of little jumps, So you don't have to limit yourself, because I think Herman's right. You can bring speed into multiple elements of how you choose to unravel this design. And one of those, speed is relationship is to distance as well. So you can start thinking like, okay, suddenly 1 kilometer of bedroom isn't looking so stupid anymore because it takes me 5 steps to get over there.
Right.
No, I know it sounds really stupid, but
I get the point. Yeah.
Does anyone else get it?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I totally get it.
Right? Like
the scale will be different then, because you're traveling in different speed.
Exactly. So, whereas you can still walk and have your desk, your bookshelf, your drawer, whatever, but then you can also have other stuff miles away. That's a big hop.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, a bit off tangent, but relationship of speed with distance and scale is really interesting in my mind right now.
Yeah, I think so. It's great.
Yeah. That's the second interesting idea, right? The first one is about perception in relation to speed by Ivan. And then Alan is challenging the understanding of spatial arrangement, space, architectural space, when you can reach a certain speed.
I'm just imagining it in my head, going way off tangent now, I'm so sorry. But we have a construction manual book when you go into practice that's this thick. And it's all the laws and regulations, your steps have to be blah, 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 blah. And I would want to see, I'm very curious to see one from space, to be okay, rooms have to be 8 kilometers apart maximum,
Imagine your whole structure is
accessible, that will still be so different.
Yeah, I know, right?
Because I see you didn't limit. You didn't get limited by when you designed the track for the skiing rail or skiing track, whatever. But you still got a little limited by the internal spaces. Can you imagine? Because you also mentioned Hyperloop. If the whole structure is a combination, is a formation of Hyperloop. I'm sitting here somewhere, whatever, I need to go to the toilet. I press a button, there's a Hyperloop activated. You can just jump straight to the toilet. 2 seconds, no rush. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm saying this is that what if you bring this project into another direction, for example, formation of Hyperloop and all that. I mean, right now it's still good. Don't get me wrong, it still looks stunning. I still quite like how it looks. But it's just the external, that big structure, the way you make it like a trapezium or whatever, the way you shape it, straight away it does have the idea of speed, because it's kind of elongated and stretched it. But what if you bring the speed a little bit more and more emphasized, more heavy on it? Because you're already on space. There's no limitation.
Right.
You define the limitation. You have the position to define the limitation.
Right.
But overall, I still think if I'm not talking about the design, the packaging, the presenting, the colors, renders, all that, I still think it looks very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Herman. I love these 3 diagrams at the top and the sections are really nice.
Yeah. Thank you very much. What's it called? These were kind of a compromise, but I'm happy the way they came out. Like the way I did it. It's kind of a dirty way of doing it, but they came out okay.
Oh yeah, I was mentioned. So when I was mentioned the arrow, you talk about the space in one of the slide.
Mm-hmm.
Those arrows are showing the flows of movement with lines. You can do a bit more crazy with that. That one on the right corner, horizontal circulation, vertical circulation. But when I see the rail track, that it's certainly the circulation is not like that. It should be more crazy, more just like the rail track. So you should even the diagram contains the energy. So I feel like when it comes to here, it made me a little upset because that instantly stopped the never-ending energy.
Right.
So the thing about when you present, even when you present the thing, if you somehow develop this into more like a never-ending energy, even the diagram and all that should contain the same language.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're defining a specific thing. If not, flow, movement, all this energy part should be the same.
Right.
Is there a specific reason for the color?
Yeah, so for the red one, specifically for the ramp, I chose red just because of Ferrari, like Corsa red. That's kind of why, because I feel like red to me signifies speed a lot. The blue of the ice, actually, I forgot to mention this, but is it gonna go? Hold up. Give me 1 second. I think I have to stop sharing. Oh, that doesn't work either. Sorry.
Okay.
Should work now. Okay. Yeah, but the blue of the building actually is nitrogen ice. So nitrogen ice kind of in a similar way to kind of like an igloo kind of encapsulates the building. So that kind of explains that kind of glow effect that you're having on the top portion. Those are actually the windows emitting light out and that kind of transferring over to the ice layer. So there's kind of like one layer where you have like, I don't know, some kind of building material where like a cocoon, basically, like maybe it's concrete or something like that. Then inside of that, on top of that, you have another layer of ice. In real life, would the ice be that blue? Probably not. It'd probably be a little bit more towards gray, but I thought the blue was a bit more dramatic. So I kind of suspended disbelief and made it really blue.
I really like it, to be fair. I get lots of like Blade Runner vibes from it.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to just make another like really interesting observation about your project. I think I really enjoy I'm just going to refer to it as the ribbon effect, where I'm looking at what's clearly the ramp in red, and then in a deep blue are the suspender cables that are helping to hold the building in place. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And I like that your eye kind of plays a trick on you at certain angles, making you believe that one thing kind of looks like it's doing something, or could be doing something other than what it actually is doing. And so if you were to continue designing this, if you were to do then, the next iteration, I would strongly urge you to design all of your spaces, design your spaces not in isolation, but apart from the ribbons, and then place the ribbons back into their, back in place. And I reckon you would end up with just as wacky, if not wackier, kind of ribbon effect, I guess you could call it. And I really enjoy that juxtaposition between like the kind of organic speed-inducing shapes of these ribbons and these suspenders with the slightly more solid, heavy version of some of the interior spaces, which ironically are being held down, even though I call them solid.
Right.
Oh, I just remember what I want to say. You mentioned earlier when you talk about Pluto's properties, characteristic of Pluto, you talk about, can you repeat the part where how it constantly will fill with ice?
Yeah, so basically this region, Taombao's heart, Scientists theorized that there was a big meteor that hit Pluto very early on in its formation, and that was very close to its core of nitrogen ice. The core itself is kind of made of this like big ball of like cold nitrogen, and that big ball of nitrogen constantly refills that crater up. So basically, if there's any other meteors that hit, the blemishes are quickly taken away because there's a new layer of ice. Because during the summer and winters, which are like very different from our summer and winters, some of the ice melts, but then once winter comes back, the ice is brought back again. So it's a constant like state.
When the
like,
ice
state
brings back, are they like heavy, thick?
It's miles thick.
So it's a what?
It's miles thick. Like it's like kilometers thick. It's very thick ice.
Because I was thinking, because that point catch my attention, which means that there is a different structural change in season in its nature. What if your architecture somehow one of the structure can be cooperate with these kind of changes with season? So like when the ice come, how this structure can somehow bring this ice alongside with whatever its shape is supposed to be, and then it become a new ski space. And in winter, it's gone. But then something we view because the ice is gone.
No,
so you have to control the ice.
Be there, it just be at a decreased level, if that makes sense. Almost like if you can almost imagine it as like a ocean, it was like high tide, low tide. It's a similar concept, but on a very much slower level.
But then I think that part of the architecture can be integrate into those area where, because I don't know, I just think that the change in season interests me, and how the ice come back and it's gone every time. It just become a cycle. So if something can reveal in summer, something can be covered in winter, and somehow influence the form of the architecture. But I don't know. But I think like I'm just thinking out loud as well, and always try to focus on one concept. Like try to narrow down the concept. But always if there's too much element that you don't know what to focus. If it's speed, then focus on speed. If it's like ice, focus on ice. Okay. I'm just thinking whatever comes in my mind.
I used to have a student whose project is about using the ice as a counterweight. So in winter when the ice is formed, that becomes almost like the counterweight. So the buildings actually will be pulled up. But when it's summer, when the ice actually melts, the counterweights become less heavy. It becomes lighter, and then the building actually move down. So I think in a way, I mean, just sort of align with what Herman's saying. Maybe there's something that can actually change with the formation and the dissolution of the ice as well. That might be quite fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Or on the building itself, or like including the ramp? Yeah, so in the ramp itself, I mentioned that it's like a maglev system, but other than that, in the actual interior space, it's all just, there's no propulsion done. I think it's 116. Yeah, 116. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
We're done.
Mm.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think I also want to spend maybe like 5 to 10 minutes to discuss with Ivan, Herman, Ben, and maybe our happy and confident students. Maybe it's time to reflect. I hope we have presented some romantic visions of space traveling. I really enjoyed the discussions today, and thanks for the tutors for sacrificing your lunch or dinner for some of us. I think I enjoyed the discussion because the tutors are very productive with different design agendas. As you go back to school, or we remember, not all of our tutors are so productive with different design agendas, right? When they join the quit from another unit, they will always look at it from their perspective or from their design agenda. So making it quite difficult to convince them or to have a productive conversation. But as you can see, Ivan and Herman, the unit are doing completely different work, but they are still contributing a lot to our units. Just wanted to say that in our units, I think it's fair to say that we have achieved certain romantic visions or narrative. What is lacking in our units, I suppose, will be the presentation or communication part. How we are able to research, come up with a convincing narrative, work very hard to justify the programs with certain facts or back it up with research. And then also have a proposal to present as a project. But sometimes we forgot to include the process, or to include some diagrams to explain the design, because we are focusing on the geometry, the program, the narrative, or learning new softwares like rendering, or learning sub-D modeling, or mesh fusion and things like that. So maybe sometimes it's quite difficult to understand what we're trying to achieve or do here. But again, thanks for all the tutors trying to understand what we're trying to achieve here, and also giving very interesting ideas, building up from our projects. And yeah, if you have any critical comments, I think it will be great. I'm here to receive some critical comments from you, so that our unit as we can grow. We will be even better next year, and to have a stronger framework to support the students. Anything that you think is lacking or would be good to have? Yeah.
I guess I can say one thing. I think I'm not sure if it's something that would be cool. Is like, I know something that I personally don't know is methods of creating movies for projects. Initially, David mentioned to me that it'd be cool if I made a movie. I know Blender, the project was done in Blender, but it was rendered in cycles, and I knew I was basically for each render was an hour per frame. So to make a movie would be extraordinarily long. But it'd be cool to I think Herman's studio where they used game engines to like optimize stuff. I think that could be interesting. I'm not sure if that really fits into our studio, but I think it was cool to see the projects, especially I forget the name of the person who went last, but the way she kind of went through with her Enscape thing was very interesting.
Penny.
Penny,
yeah.
When you talk about making movies and you talk about presenting your project in a film or video type of way,
in
right?
video format, right?
So those things that I'm asking. So those things that you think you should be targeting, it would be, because I'm thinking it would be like video editing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that'd be super cool because
okay, video editing and the way you film stuff, the way camera position or the camera path and all that.
Yeah, I also think just the technicals of it too, just what's called getting it to work. Because I think I ran into the issue where I know the software, I know how to model and like texture and everything in Blender, but I don't, when it comes to animation, anything like I have no idea. Right? It's like the side of, I think like Blender is way too big of a software to know everything. That's the side that I don't know at all. But like, even if it's just a difference after whether we learn, I don't know, how to like visualize in Unreal or Unity. Because I know those are a little bit more, effective in terms of just speed for movies. I think that could be cool.
So you utilize, because you also mentioned that because in Blender or whatever, those modern software, you render stuff, it took ages to render one frame. I also did some motion animation. It took forever to render something. For just 10 seconds, it took me like 5-6 hours. It's actually quite pain in the ass, unless you have a good computer. But when you talk about using Unity, Unity and Unreal, Enscape, all that, we're talking about utilizing real-time render. Real-time render as it is. So you don't have to spend time to wait. I mean, because the problem with real-time render is, first, the benefit is because you don't need time, you don't need to wait to render the frame because it's already what it is looking at. But the downside is the quality of the outcome based on how good your computer is. You need a good computer to support good real-time render. But I think if it's a medium level, to achieve the sort of like to make film or to learn how to make a film or animation and all that, medium level of a real-time render, I think is enough just to get you learned. I mean, like whatever computer you're on now, you can actually use that to start learning. And I don't know if you play video games.
Yeah,
if you want to, what kind of game you play?
What's my favorite?
What kind of, yeah.
I like racing games. I think that makes a lot of sense with it.
Okay, racing game. Like, do you know? So in terms of filming a camera, take a closer look on cut scenes. Every time when racing games start, there's a cutscene of shot of how all the car being positioned, right? Or even for Need for Speed, when you crash, the camera change. It dramatically shot on something. Like, take those reference. How do you capture those moments in cutscene and camera path? I think, especially you play video game. I think video game, because I play a lot. I learned all these kind of animation technique and filming a camera position from video game, mostly. Again, because they're digital. So digitally, it's slightly different to real world. Again, of course, you can still learn the filming style in real world.
Right.
How about Ivan or Alan?
I think what I see all of your students doing, which I don't know if it's like part of the ambition of the studio or happy coincidence, but when you're dealing with really complex, I don't even know how to refer to them. In this particular case, it would be complex climates, which are not very easily understood by people who don't know very much about, in this particular instance, space. So I think it would be good to always, whenever you're talking about things like gravity or pressure or just something slightly more less frequently tangibilized, to tangibilize it in a way that says, okay, when I talk about pressure, I mean, this many houses worth of, in a stack, or if when I'm talking about sunlight, it's like 5 times brighter than the sun. So you always refer back to something that can be understood a bit more accessibly by those who are looking at it, because it's great that all of this research is being done, but it would be very unfortunate if the research is done and then we couldn't relate to it simply because we didn't 100% understand it. So I saw all of your students doing this, where they would present a couple of facts or statistics or figures and then slowly start to relate them to their design. And that, when they started to relate it to their design, then I was like, okay, that's exactly what it means.
Thank you.
Presenting is just like advertisement. You need to sell your product. The only difference is because it's architecture, you don't sell the final product. You need to sell how this idea come apart and like your whole final idea and empowered by all this process stages you made. But again, when you advertise to all listeners, all levels of audience. So you have to advertise or present like they're all idiots. Just think that they don't know shit, and just you have to start from the ground zero and use as Alan talked about, something that can relate. Like when you talk about space, maybe gravity, bring something back to Earth because we are all on Earth, then we can relate it, and then okay, now we understand what we're dealing with. But again, I think, like, I'm not saying your studio is the Mars studio is lack of research. It's not, because the focus is different. But I think us as a tutor also find, even in my studio, I find that, actually, the turns out the research part turned out we need a lot of time research, that we have less time in integrating the gaming part we want to do. That's why I have to make things a lot simpler for those students. So it's a challenge for us tutor making a brief that what sort of thing we want to focus, and then balance out the little extra elements, salt and pepper seasoning we can add towards the student for exclamation point for them to learn. So I mean, even not just the student, for us tutor, I personally think it's a good experience for me to learn how I should teach within architecture studio with gaming stuff. When I actually come in as a game designer, not an architect, because when I was back in years, I mean, the first time personally when I get in touch with this stuff like a gaming technology stuff was when I was year 3 in undergrad. Same tutor as Alan. And the tutor that teaches us integrates stuff like certain like a gaming narrative stuff, he doesn't have much of this idea of like what designing games actually is. So it's somehow chaotic. The narrative, the design part, yes, it makes sense. But practically when you design, you need someone or you need experience that how this people from this derivative industry, game or film actually works to make this work, to how we can translate this kind of game thing into architecture, which me coming as a part, because I'm undergrad in architecture. My master is game design, so I know how this thing can coherent.
I think
it's a learning curve. We're all learning from teaching. I find it very, very rewarding.
Yeah, I think that will be a very interesting ambition to have. I think that's something that the MOVE team should discuss more and come up with new workshops, or to have a reasonable course or duration of the courses, and then to integrate or to experiment with these new tools. Yeah, I think Ben and Herman and I need to discuss more and design the structure differently.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I think what's really cool about this studio and just the other ones, you guys are really exploring the potential of software. Because I think like a lot of times, especially in architecture school, of course we're supposed to design by hand. All our design should start by hand in terms of like physical sketching, but a lot of really push architecture a lot with software. And I think with all the studio descriptions I saw that we're really pushing it specifically with our studio, like sub-D modeling and stuff like that. Like I've gotten really good at modeling in Blender. Like for the most part, I almost never modeled in Blender. I try to avoid it. Or what I did model in Blender was like super simplistic. But with this project, almost the whole thing is modeled in Blender. So, and it gives a very different feel. And I think that's something I'm gonna be able to take with me when I go pursue other projects and stuff. So I think in a lot of ways, it's helping to So I think when you look at a project when it's designed fully in Revit or a project fully designed in Rhino, you can tell in a lot of sense because you can kind of see like the imprint of the software. I think it's really interesting to see kind of the new vocabularies emerging from the different softwares.
Yeah, definitely. The design language has a lot to do with the design tools that we're using. Yeah. And I have, after seeing your unit or your studio's work, your studio's projects, I'm quite interested in the game engine part, or how we can present a project with this new tool. Not new, but still relatively new. I need to discuss with Tony and Aaron, see how we can also do or try to integrate that into our design agenda.
Leland earlier he mentioned that he can share a project that kind of relevant to you.
Exactly.
I'm actually still interested. I mean, like if we're not able to find sources right now, we can do it later.
One last thing, Leyland's presentation.
Yeah, maybe I can share it real quick. It's on my computer, so I just need to log on my Zoom again. Yeah, just give me 2 minutes. You guys can talk.
Alan.
Hello.
How is it going with your design brief?
Good. So I found 5 people who are willing to contribute in some way, shape, or form. Herman knows some of them, and you know one. Hassan is going to be tutoring alongside me with a guy named Filippo from my undergraduate degree. And there are 2 guys. One, his name is Rish. He's from Kenya. And another guy named Will from Scotland. They have agreed to come in as like guests to run workshops, side workshops to do with the computer softwares that they're very interested in. And so I've written the brief. I've completed their slots, I guess you could call them. 2 of them have asked me if they could make amendments to the brief. And so I'm waiting for them to send me back their amendments because Hassan and Filippo wanted to tweak the brief slightly to fit some more of their general criteria. So I'm just waiting for them, basically. But it's going well. I'm very excited for this. Honestly, I cannot tell you how pumped I am.
Yeah.
So who are the main tutor? It's you and Hassan, right?
It's me and Hassan. Yeah, it's me and Hassan.
Okay.
But Hassan and Filippo, they're kind of, they're each one half. So Hassan is teaching is working full-time at Foster's right now. And Will is at 10 Design. So they've got quite full schedules when it comes to tutoring. So they've agreed that, well, I've agreed with them that they will, when they can come, they tell me in advance. And if it's relevant to the point in the course, they can give a tutorial. And they can sit in tutorials. They'll be part of the guest jury. So 2 full-time people, there are 2. There are 5 in the circle. And then friends of mine who I think could make good jury members, either from AA or from Edinburgh. I'll give a call and ask if they're able to come and sit in.
Oh, Tolu.
Well, we'll see. I'm really close with Roxana. So one of our tutors was called Roxana, really sweet lady. She only taught us for 4 months, maybe. I'm still in contact with her.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, I've written down a list of the what do you call it? Potential guests, like a potential guest list. So to be confirmed.
You think have a strong team?
Yes. Yeah. No, I think it's good though because part of the joy of architectural academia is that you don't need to claim to be an expert in every single field, but rather as a collective, you can make very confident and fair judgments on quite complex topics just by discussing with people who are in multidisciplinary fields.
Yeah. But you need to need to be the host or the curator of that discussion. Right?
Absolutely, yeah. Otherwise, it just goes in 500 different directions.
Makes sense. Waiting for Leyland.
Yeah, I just joined with my PC. Let me share my screen.
So I will try to stay as long as possible because I have to go in like 10 minutes. So sorry.
No.
I'll try to join. Stay longer. You actually, Ben, you did record it. The whole thing is recorded, right?
All right. So just real quick. So this person has a health bar, and the blue is the productivity, and the green is the patients. So actually, this is simulating this person that working in an environment, and this is so right now they're working in this triangular area, and then I have this person that triggers the states, which is that have the W there as means working, and then the furniture has its own state, so it transforms when all the people leave, right? So it transforms into like a hexagonal shape to another states of the office. So this is another one. This is going too fast. This is another one. So it's a working space transformed to a meeting space. So so this is a red light, and the floor lights indicates it's a meeting. And oops. So when the meeting finished, everybody's left. It goes back. So I think it's moving too quick.
What did you do this with?
Huh?
What did you do this with?
This is Unity.
Did you control all this activity just code or code with Animator?
Yeah, code and with Animator. Okay. Just code is not impossible. I mean, it could be.
You can, but it's annoying. It will be so annoying.
Yeah, it's far from my skill. So yeah, so leisure area. So and then this is like a roaming furniture for people to work. So they have this a clear logic. So this is a logic tree.
I'll use visual scripting.
Use this, huh?
You use visual scripting.
This is Playmaker. So yeah. So I have this a coherent behavior tree that controls everyone. So everyone has the same behavior tree, and the persons are all like auto-generated. Yeah. So that's one of the simulation of the office space. So as you can see, this is like the floor light actually works like a bubble diagram, right? So this floor lights doing like these, and all these space, the people are collaborating with each other, and then when the states change, it changed. Right. Here they have another co-working, so they have another events here. Yeah, basically like this, and also simulating the architecture. So this is quite rough, but yeah. So it's going too fast. I think I have another one. Oh, let's see. So they have this lecture and they're working. And then these are all transformable elements in architecture. So they join meetings, and they have different states that makes the building transformable, right? So it's more like a living organism, the whole building. So it reacts with everyone that come into this building or come by this building. right? Okay. Yeah. So that's all the Revit work. No, sorry, the Unity work. All right. If you're interested, I will show you the presentation later. All right.
Oh, you can. Yeah.
I don't have this in here because for some reason it's on my laptop. It's not in here. I don't have my flash drive with me. All right.
Thank you, Leyland.
Yeah.
It's a very.
Thank you. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's very beautiful addition to the discussion about Unity in the afternoon. Penny's project should almost have more people, 2 to 3 times more than Leyland's project. Show the busy market.
Crowd.
Yeah.
Then you definitely need to auto-generate to make person rather than like place person inside the thing. That's the advantage. Then all the like animation tool, like the Maya, you have to place person inside the scene. But in Unity, you have the code that controls where people should be. If you have the logic, you can do anything you want to. Usually, yeah.
How long did it take to learn to do that from scratch? How long did it take you?
I mean, it's not that long. Unity is not that hard to learn. It's like InDesign. So you put all the informations like the animation from Maya, you export to Unity, and then you give it a behavior. And then if you don't have to give behavior, you just straight in from your model. You just import your model, import the person in, and then you give like a roaming behavior. It just walk around. But if your architecture have behavior, you have to work it like the person, right? So it moves just like the person and animates, and then you just need to keep building on it. So Unity itself, to me, to my simulation, is kind of rough, but compared to those fancy game. But if you learn rendering, maybe it's another hard thing because there's a lot of settings and assets.
Oh yeah.
In Unity. Yeah, you know more than me.
No, maybe not. I can't do those those AI yet. I think Unity, yes, in the logic of InDesign, it's correct. Yes, placeholder. You have all these asset modeling, just dump it in. The two big things just to pick up Unity to Leyland's level of work. One is yes, how to use the software. Once you know how to use the software, all the tools and all that, you can quickly create the scene or activities and all that. The hardest part is the coding part. Yes, picking up coding, it's the language, just like you pick up Spanish or whatever. But once you pick it up, you don't create code from scratch. The best way is to go online, find what code other people do, copy and paste them, and then alter it. That's the best way to learn and make your project. It's very hard for you to go from zero, but to learn the structure, how to code. Like for example, after a certain letter, it should come with a certain comma or the word should be capital and all that. These are just the language grammar, I would say. Once you pick that up, you go online, you look at other people's coding, you immediately understand, this is what the structure, what does this mean? And then you just use it yours. Pick some part from other people's code, pick some from other people's, put it together, and it works. But yeah, pick up is the hardest part. Learning, doing those like health bar, all that, bulk carve and all that is actually relatively easy. Like not as hard as I think. I mean, even when I started, actually, I joined MA Game Design with zero experience of code. I have no idea what it is. I was very nervous when I joined. It's very stressful if I can do whatever game, but that's how it works. Even you can just do the very simple code. When I say simple, as in you click a button, something turn on and off. Just like in Photoshop, you turn on the layer, turn off the layer. Only do this, you can already make a game. You can make something interactive. As simple as that. It depends on your approach. So I think, to be honest, like the work just Laylan just showed, from my experience, that was a medium to high level of coding, I think, in my experience. I don't know how to do that. I only utilize simple coding, simple mechanics to do complex. To using, like, basically I use quantity to create quality.
Yeah, I think coding is not. I don't know much of coding, but the Playmaker is something like Grasshopper in Rhino, right? So you just input what you want, and they just do what you do, and you just keep testing, keep running the play, and then it eventually get to the point that you want to. It's a lot of tests. So,
yeah, trial and error. Something doesn't work, you have to find where the fuck it doesn't work.
Yeah, right.
Well, thanks for sharing that. Actually, I would love to hear your presentation sometimes. Maybe I'll talk to David or arrange.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, we can arrange with Laylan, and I also really want Laylan to run a studio, design and research studio here at Studio Moon.
Yeah, that's definitely possible if anyone's interested. Yeah.
Yeah, we can discuss further.
Yep.
Thanks everyone, especially our units, Aski, Yu, Faizan, and Tamzi. Thank you for the hard work.
Congratulations to all of the students. The work was incredible. It was really wonderful to see, and great job to the tutors this morning who helped facilitate their work. So hope to see you guys in the future again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. It's been a good experience. Can I ask just one favor?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, my dean. I told my dean about this. About the workshops. He was actually interested in it. I was just wondering. Do you guys have? I know you used to have a document, but remember how my computer crashed? I lost that document of like I think it was like the studio book workshop booklet that kind of showed all the studios. Do you still have that? And if possible, would you be able to email it?
Yeah, sure. I'll send it to you. So your peers are joining us. Is that the news?
Maybe. My dean. I told him what's it called. I go to a small university, so like I can just talk to my dean freely. I actually refer to him by his first name, which is kind of it's interesting experience. Not every university is like that, but I was just talking to him about what I did over the summer. I told him about this workshop. He thought it was really interesting, so he just wanted some more information on it, and maybe push other kids to do it.
Yeah, that'll be great. I'll send you the booklet that we put together, and then you pass it to your first name basis friend.
Is it still up on the website actually?
It's actually on the website. You can I can quickly share it with you.
Yeah, if you just share the link, that could work too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for sure. It's been a fun and an exciting experience for sure. Learned a lot.
Great.
I have to go soon, but thank you for all your presentation, and it's lovely to hear all your work from especially the David Studio, where last time and compared to now, it's a good improvement, and I really like to see the process you guys did. But thank you. I'll have to go. Catch you guys later. Thank you.
Bye, Herman.
Thanks, Herman. Thanks. Thank you, Alan. Thanks for staying for the whole day.
Very welcome. I'm gonna go have a well-deserved dinner.
Yeah.
So I will speak to you guys very, very soon. David, I'll send you a message in the next. I'll send you a message tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Great. Bye, guys. Speak soon. Take care.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
Yeah, Ivan, we should have a chat soon as well with Ben and Herman.
Yeah, anytime.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
Bye, Zan. Bye, Penny.
Bye.
Bye, sir. So like, can I text you like personally later?
Sorry, what? Bye, Athena.
Can I text you like personally later?
Yes, sure. Of course.
So thank you, sir.
Yeah. And Tony and Aaron, we should have a chat soon as well. Aaron， 我们
OK，
对，我们找时间说一下吧，可能明天或后天。好，谢谢。我们第一组结束了，
辛苦了。
拜拜 ，Jason。
Good night。
食咗飯未啊？辛苦。聽日啦，你都要食飯啦，係嘛？你都我哋冇話特別要傾嘢 ，OK。好啊，今日都好耐。係聽到，不你咁睇，我哋第一個 workshop 啲嘢都 OK 啊。